Who the fuck would play that? Why would you play Civ on a phone? That sounds cramped. My phone screen's not big enough to do that. I don't know about you. I hate playing games with lots of UI on phones. Super unpleasant. You said do? No. No. Oh, you should have said do. Okay. I missed the should have. I was like, what? No, I mean, yeah, we're getting due for a Civ 7. I think we'll maybe see a Civ 7 in 2023. 2023, I think, could be a maybe 2023 or 2024 reasonable-ish, because, like, you know, they put out a DLC, like, last year for Civ, right? Like, once they put out their air quotes last DLC, you give them, like, a few years, and then they put out the next one, and then that's when the next game starts. But anyway. I don't know. As someone who hates playing games on anything that isn't a computer, I never fully understand the desire to want games like this on a phone or on a Switch. It's like, we know how Civ Rev turned out. I don't know. To me, it's just certain types of games are made for a certain platform, and Civ and 4X games are a PC game and kind of nothing else. Because I find playing games like this on any kind of portable device is unpleasant, to put it kindly, is my opinion. Sure, no, totally. But I still don't want to play Civ on that kind of device. You're still bad. Just follow a wiki. For Civ, just follow a wiki and follow strategy guides. Civ's actually a pretty simple game to get good at. Neglect everything else. I mean, I'm kind of neglecting my own run this time. I mean, we're very much building tall. I mean, Civ's solved within a week of a new Civ coming out. People who play a lot of Civ, they're fucking crazy. You know, it's funny, right, Tygo? You're talking about pricing, and I'm sitting here going, both of those prices are exceptionally cheap for what you're actually getting. Like, I don't know exactly what region you're in, but $19.73 is cheaper than it costs me to go see a movie in the cinema. That's not even a 3D movie, okay? And the price of this game that you're talking about, which is the equivalent of like $40, for me, is cheaper than getting on the train, going downtown, going to a record store, buying a record, and coming back, which is something I will do on a weekend for fun. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's cheaper than eating out, exactly. So currency is weird, right? Because in my region, the amount a game like this costs versus the amount it would cost to somebody in Poland is completely different, right? So if it's too expensive, don't buy it and don't complain. If it's like affordable, buy it. There's a reason I haven't bought this game. I agree with you. I was given a key by a friend who got it, and I'm playing it on Game Pass right now. Like, I haven't bought this game because it's a lot of money. So I completely agree, but I'm also not going to sit here and argue about whether or not a game is worth it. Because a game is worth exactly what the developer and publisher says it's worth, and nothing more and nothing less. And I will say that comparing a brand new game to a game that came out in 2016 is fucking redonkulous, and please stop doing that. Because that is genuinely silly as fuck. It's like, yeah, but Civ 2 is $2. No shit. Like, I can't help ya. I am disgusted every time I see Luck be a landlord, but you do you, man. Like, that game actively makes me feel ill. I don't know what it is. There's something about slot machines that just make me feel sick. And just looking at that game pisses me off. But yeah, I don't know. Currency is weird. No, I got nothing against landlords. Especially my landlord. My landlord's lovely. As somebody who's played literally every single Civ game with the exception of Civ 1, I can agree with that. Carlos. I don't think that's how regional pricing works, Tygo. Regional pricing works as you set your price, and then Steam adjusts it based on regions. So are they losing revenue, or are you simply priced out? I'm not sure. It's hard to say. I don't think that they're actively losing revenue. Just be a patient gamer. Be an intelligent purchaser, and buy things that you can afford. But comparing a game like this to a game that came out 5 years ago is fucking moronic. So, like, just wait. It'll get that cheap. This game will be 50% off. You know, like, during the last sale, you could have bought Endless Legend and all of the DLC for like $20 in my currency over here in Canada, which is extremely cheap for a lot of good value, right? This game will be exactly the same. So, like, just wait. If anything, you'll get a better experience in a year if you wait. Yeah, no, I mean, the game plays completely differently to Civ. The only thing that this game really has in common with Civ is that it's in the same genre, it has a similar theme and aesthetic, and that's it. Right? They're both 4X games, they're both based on human history. That's it. Right? I would say it's more like Doom to Arma, but... I don't know. This is an argument that I've had time and time again with people, and it's just, yes, there are games that are ridiculously expensive in certain regions. Canada's getting fucked too. This game's like, my friends in the States are like, it's $40. What's wrong with you? I'm like, it's almost 70 in Canada. So like, I completely agree with you. What more do you want me to say? Why are we still talking about this? I'm trying to change the subject, because if not, we will literally sit here and talk about the same thing for the next 2 hours. Because I agree with you. That's all I can do. I agree with you. This shit sucks. Yell at Sega. I can't help you. I'm so sorry. Like, that's literally all I can say. And if they're losing a customer, then they already fucked up, and that's okay. You don't need to buy this game. And as somebody who's played it for like 8 hours, I can say you can safely wait, and you won't be missing much. This game is an excellent base for what probably will be an incredible game in 2 years. Right now, it's okay. I mean, I would just do what I do, which is just stop buying EA games. I mean, like, just don't buy EA games. But no, I agree. Like, that fucking sucks that EA now just has a fucking monopoly over Codemasters. Like, that, or over racing games. Like, who else makes racing games? It's like you have Codemasters, and that's it. Who else is doing that? Except, I guess, maybe, like, Turn 10 or, like, Playground, right? Like, the two Microsoft, like, the Microsoft studios. But it's like Who is making racing games now? Like, literally, EA owns them all. It's awful. I fucking hate it. Like, we just, like, tripped into a racing game monopoly, and it bothers the crap out of me. Also, thanks for the host, Matt. Wait, this? Zane? Multiplayer works fine. What are you talking about? I tested it last night with a friend of mine. Pre-game talk, yeah. I only just started stream like an hour ago. But yeah, no, multiplayer for this game works fine. If that's something that you're talking about. Like, I know it got broken at one point if you're playing with multiple people on different versions, but that's just because a patch came out at a different time. And that's normal for different storefronts. Really? I know FG has had an off-stream game going for a couple of days now where she has 6 people in there and they haven't had any problems. And for me, it was fine with my friend. Weird. You are the first person, like, I know a few people who've played multiplayer in this, and I don't know anybody who's had problems yet, so. Which is better than Civ multiplayer was when Civ launched. They might have patched. I don't know. I'll be completely honest. This game is a bit out of my wheelhouse and will stay out of my wheelhouse. As like keen on this game as I am, it's like I'm not gonna follow it closely. I do that so much with certain specific games that you already are aware of. You know, I don't need to very closely follow this as well. There's way too many people now that are like incredibly heavily focused on this game now, and you know what, they can have it. That's fine. Everyone you know also can't play in multiplayer with more than 2 people. Yeah, that's not what I'm hearing, but alright, I mean, to be fair, this is the first time I've talked to Chad about multiplayer. I personally don't give a shit about games like this having multiplayer. I think I'm going to play multiplayer with my team at some point with, like, Kiri and them. But, like, I play these games single player, generally. That's how I get the most time out of, like, strategy games like this. The way I get the most times out of games like this is I will have them running in the background while I'm doing something else. And I'll just pop it up, do a couple turns, close it. Or, like, turn the game on, run, like, half a dozen turns, close it. Like, that's how I get time in Civ games. Which, oddly enough, I didn't do with Civ 6. Civ 6 is, like, the first Civ game I never did that with. Every other Civ game I've ever played, like, I've always, like, had months, years of a tail on the end of it. Whereas Civ 6, I played one game and then never played it again. I don't quite know why. Oddly enough, it was, like, my favorite looking Civ, but I think it was just because of where I was at in life with that one. Anyway. Enough babble, yeah? You know, now that's something that's a pet peeve of mine, Cyrillac. I really hate it when people refer to games like this as not finished. It's 1.0, it's finished. What you want is you'll wait until they add more to it. It's very, like, okay, so this is just coming from somebody who really likes video games as an industry. It is exceptionally rude to tell somebody that their finished product isn't finished. Like, say what you want about the amount of content in a game, that's fine. Don't say that a finished product is unfinished. Unless it's Cyberpunk. Then, yeah, fucking say whatever the fuck you want. That game's garbage. Anyway, but if you have, like, a well-made product like this, which it is, with a lot of production value, a lot of heart, a lot of character, do those people the respect of saying that the game is finished? Like, acknowledge that, yeah, they're going to work on it more, and you'll wait for a few expansion packs, that's fine. But don't say that it's not finished, because it's demeaning, you know? Like, if you spent 5 years working on something, or 4 years working on something, and then you read a bunch of reviews about your finished product that you just shipped, that you're in the credits for, stating that it's not finished is fucking rude. Yes, but that's not the distinction that Cyrillac made. Cyrillac said, I can't wait to buy it on sale after they finish it. That's just demeaning and degrading and awful. Like, you have to remember that a lot of people worked on this game. And a lot of people work on a lot of games. And the least that we can do, even if you're not interested in buying the game until it's on sale and they've added a bunch to it, just pause and say, like, yeah, I'll buy it once you've added a few expansion packs to it. You can get a better deal. That's a perfectly reasonable thing to say. But saying I'll buy it once you finish it is awful for the people that are still working on it. And the people that worked on it. You know, I know some people who will, like, have multiple save files in a roguelike going at a single time, and that blows my mind, Axon. I was reading a guide about how to beat Golden Crown Hotel recently, and this person suggested, because you can go into the game and copy-paste your save file, they suggested going in and copy-pasting a save file, starting a new run, going in, copy-pasting the save file, starting a new run, going in, copy-pasting the save file, and then playing through all of the different levels simultaneously on, like, 4 or 5 runs concurrently. Because the game still deletes your save file when you die, and then they suggest deleting the backed up save file instead of save scumming, or save scumming if you want to. And I was like, this is way more work than I would ever put into a game. For me, a product is finished when it hits 1.0. Jupiter Hell is finished, but it's going to continue being developed. Give them the respect of acknowledging that 1.0, that they have shipped a finished product. That's all. Because I've talked to people in the past who state that it is really shitty. And I've seen people developers commenting about that it is really shitty that people say, oh, it's not finished yet, get back to work. It's like the equivalent, it's like the audience equivalent of, like, being a fucking dominatrix, and then they're like, oh, well, I'm ready to get off, and then you're like, nah, crack the whip and clamp that ball sack down. Like, it's literally that. It's like, come on, guys, like, they finished a thing. It's not an early access. Give them some credit. Early access has just, like, completely broken people. You're not letting them finish. Just let them finish. Let them put the game out and call it finished. Say that you'll wait for some expansions. That's fine. You heard me, Zane. Go back in the VOD. You clearly heard me, otherwise you wouldn't be asking me to clarify. It's not that complicated. So, just be nice to your developers. Let them finish a product. Quit saying that things are unfinished. It's fucking rude. Yes, and it sucks. If a game says 1.0 on the box, it's finished. Finish is a bit ambiguous in this context, yes, and I'm talking specifically about what Cyrillax said, right? What Cyrillax said is, I played the beta and finished it in the beta and enjoyed it. Can't wait till it's on sale after they finish it. That's what I'm talking about. The game is finished, and it's on sale. So you can't wait for right now? Does that make sense? There's nothing ambiguous about that. The game is finished. If you want to wait for expansions, wait for expansions, but the game is finished. Theoretically, they could never update this game again, and they would be completely okay for that. I don't know. I just think that the requirements of something to be finished development these days, I think, is a little bit... It irks me a bit in a way, and it's hard to explain. All right, so I lost some population due to low growth. I need to, like, remind myself of what the fuck I'm doing. Did I finish the... Yes, I did finish the Forbidden City. We are in first over top of all of the AIs. Although... whoever the fuck these people were, I've caught up. Babylon. Yeah, they've caught up. So Pink has caught up to me, but I'm still quite a bit ahead. I think I'm pretty sure I've got the biggest landmass. Got all the way up top here, and then all the way down to here. Although I don't actually have a functioning city. Most of this is just one giant fucking region. Like, all of these islands are all different groups linked into my capital right there. I just echo the things that I hear people who work in that industry saying, right? I didn't realize that I was cramming these people up against the wall so much, but apparently I am. Yeah, what I go by is what I hear developers saying, right? And if I hear developers saying that they're tired of people stating that their finished product isn't finished, I'm going to echo that, right? If I hear people who work in that industry commenting that people do a thing a certain way and they don't like it, I will comment on that because I think that's kind of what we need to be doing. You know, we need to listen to the people who are making the things that we like. I don't understand why that's so difficult for some people. What is the... Oh, I need to claim another wonder, right? Make the Taj Mahal. Everything else has been claimed already. It's a lot of stability. What do you give? Does anything give me science or religion? It's considered a holy site and does not count toward is considered a holy site but does not count towards holy site cap. Oh, okay, so it's an extra holy site. Church is shaped like the flames of a bonfire. I never really thought of it that way. Although, Taigo, I would also say that the majority of the definitions for things that I roll with are pretty rigid. But I like rigid definitions because it gives me structure. I think that's what we're going to take. Got the influence to do it. Alright, so I've claimed a new wonder. Probably shouldn't start that up just yet. Actually, 75 turns. If I put every single one of my cities on that, that will power through that pretty quickly. Should have bought those first. Oh, well, that's fine. We got plenty of food and plenty of population, so that shouldn't be an issue. Then over the next few turns, I will move everything onto this. It's like, we'll finish up that farmer's quarter for you. They'll finish up those animal barns. And as everything gets finished, then we can move everybody over to this new wonder and get her done in a pretty reasonable time, I think. All right, I also have this city up here that I forgot about that are building a garrison right now. But they're actually doing quite well now, too. Yes, but I'm talking about a finished boxed product, right? So if you've shipped the product, that is finished. That product is finished. It's done. So the reason I come to this, and the reason I talk about this, is because I've been enjoying and playing a little game called The Ramp recently, right? Now, The Ramp is described in its Steam description as a toy. It's not described as a game. It has no objectives. It has no goals. It has 4 maps and a couple of different character models, and it's a little skateboarding game. It's like $6. It's very cheap. And it's literally... Yeah, but just hear me out for a second. And it's literally just a game where you do little tricks on a skateboard, and there's a couple achievements that you can earn, and that's it, right? And the developer said, yeah, it's done. I just wanted to make this to have a finished product. And if you go look at the Steam reviews, they're overwhelmingly positive, and most people are just like, this is great, I love it. But if you go look in the forums, there's a few people in there that are going on about how it's not finished. Non-stop. Constantly. Oh, it needs more maps. It needs leaderboards. It needs a scoring system. It needs this. It needs that. It needs... Stating that it isn't finished and that it isn't a complete product. It is a complete product that the developer decided to sell at a cheap price with a low feature set. It is a finished product. However, that is just a very small example of this is a wider problem in this industry. Is a thing comes out and immediately it's like, well, it's not finished yet. You have to work on it for another 4 years. And regardless of whether or not that is true, regardless of whether or not they're going to continue developing it, I mean, in this game, 1,000%, yes, they will. But It still doesn't mean it's not finished. Yeah, but generally you see the term dead being used in multiplayer games, not single-player games, but I see what you're saying. The game that I was talking about is a single-player specific game, so it can never be dead because it doesn't matter if there's anybody playing it. So for a game like this, saying that this isn't finished is like saying it's not ready to be sold, right? When you talk about, like, I could see an argument to be made that Cyberpunk wasn't ready to be sold. Right? I could see an argument to be made that Imperator Rome, when that first launched, wasn't ready to be sold. But saying that something isn't finished is the equivalent of saying, this is not ready for a marketplace, and you selling me this is, like, hurting my rights as a consumer. Like, you've ripped me off. So, in English, stating that something isn't finished is a massive detractor, and people know that, and they do that. Yeah, show that. I mean, so is Ubisoft, right? So that's what I'm trying to... No, absolutely. Which is why I think it's important to make that distinction. If someone tells me, I'll buy Humankind once it's finished, I get an image in my head that is akin to Cyberpunk. Now, if somebody tells me, I'll play Humankind when they add a couple expansion packs, that suddenly goes from being an extremely shitty thing to say to, oh, it's a finished cool game. I'm just waiting for some expansion packs, which is a completely reasonable thing to do as somebody who wants to play a video game. Do you understand what I'm trying to communicate here? It's like there's a big difference between stating that I'll play it when it's finished, implying that it is unplayable in its current state, which it's certainly not. It's been an enjoyable experience. It's maybe a little content light, but it's an extremely I've been enjoying playing this game, which is why I'm playing it again. And why I'm playing more of it. I'm doing a lot of hand motions, which is playing real well on the fact that I don't have my camera turned on. The reason I don't have my camera on, actually, is because my encoding overloads when I turn my camera on this game for some reason, because I have an older computer, and it's you know, is the fun of having an older computer, right? But the development is complete, though. That's the thing. The development is complete for this game, right? Or even saying, I'll buy it after a few patches is a completely different thing than saying I'll buy it when it's done or when it's finished. I don't know. I don't know if I'm communicating this well at all, but I think that wording is very important. Anyway, I have a feeling that's probably going to end up being oil or something. Because, like, these all popped up recently. Sure, I can see that, but development on this is complete. They're working on expansions and patches now. But I don't know. I will always go after people who say I'll buy it when it's done, when it's not in early access and it's a finished product. I don't know, just have some respect for people who make things that you like, that's all. And so few people do. We have a problem in the games industry where people take people's work for granted, right? And I think that the games industry is almost more prone to that than any other industry right now. And that's partially due to lack of unionization and workers' rights and such.
A proposal for you. Think on it.
So these people have been offering me non-aggression pacts for a very long time. I'm in the early modern era. They're still at the beginning of the medieval era. I have way better units than they do if they wanted to go to war with me. So every time I've been responding with, yeah, sure, pay me, and I'll accept your non-aggression pact, and then they say no, and then I say goodbye. Every single time. Every single time. And I'm just going to keep doing that. So that you are getting population loss, eh? Due to not enough food production. So I'm actually going to move somebody from money over to... Can I not do that? Oh, I see. I already have the maximum number of people in food production. I can't actually put more into food production. Hinting on a little act of steamrolling. I kind of did that earlier. I was at war with them for like a turn. That war didn't last very long. It basically was like, yo, we argued about giving each other things, and then we just kind of sat there with a stalemate, and then we ended the war. So I was at war with them extremely briefly when they were actually ahead of me, oddly enough. But I don't know. I'm trying to win this with as little combat as possible because I always like to try and play these games tall rather than not. I need to get that with this boat. Wonder if I can even hit that this turn. I don't think so. No, next turn. Next turn we'll get you. All right, so I need to make sure that this city doesn't starve to death. So what I think I'm going to do, because I don't need a lumber yard. Don't need that. That I do need. We'll probably just buy that out next turn because that's not going to be too expensive. Got an idle city up here. What do you guys need? They've got absolutely no food. Okay, well, I have to make these guys food first. Before I can do anything else, I need to make sure that you guys have food. You know, actually, maybe building a harbor would be better here. Let's take a peek at that. Hamlets, what do hamlets do? Oh, that just gives me more slots, right? Yeah, I only just unlocked those, so. Well, there's like nothing I can build up here, so let's just go this route then. Oh, I see, yeah, because I already have a dock, duh. Let's just buy that. Just buy the farmer's quarter up here. I was going to do that down at the other one, but I think it's more worth it to do it up here. Mother of gunpowder. Oh, shit. Sulfurite. Or saltpeat, not sulfurite. I can't read. Can I exploit that? I don't believe I can currently. I wonder what I need to exploit that. Maybe technologies I don't have? So it's extract. Oh, I need the technology of gunpowder warfare. There you go. Okay, so I don't have gunpowder warfare, so I can't actually exploit that. Gotcha. All right. Instead of that, let's go for. I mean, I could just start working on this, considering we do have enough people working now. Let's get 2 more people into that. Can I do 2 more? No, I can't. Okay, but I can put another person into that export 404 on food. All right, let's start working on this, which drops that down to 46 turn-ins instead of 70 something, which is a big improvement. What are we at over here? Food production up here has increased. Let's, I think, actually put 2 more people over here. I've got way too much stuff in science in a lot of places, and it's like screwing up my food production. That drops you down to 37 turns, which again is an improvement.
Given 30 research quarters, I'm not sure if this should be called the City of Science or the Den of Geeks.
I will say that the one thing I very much preferred about Civ 6 is I prefer Sean Bean over whoever this dude is. This dude's just kind of mean. To better manage the evolutions of complex empires, including wily lords with grand ambitions, a centralized system to collect and disperse taxes is necessary. All right. Got another city that's doing nothing now. That should be okay theoretically. 30 turns now on the Grand Cathedral. Battle for the mind. Great city is bursting at the seams with countless souls pressed within the city's tight borders. In dense squalid quarters, cases of madness are on the rise. Religious leaders contended that demonic forces are behind the afflictions, while philosophers argue for natural causes. Both are strong voices in the empire, with competing solutions. What is your response? Yeah, I've never played any of the Dungeons games. Although, oddly enough, a lot of people have been talking about the Dungeons games in my chat recently. This makes a lot of big moves. Study increases learning. Fanatical increases religion. And that boosts industry for confine. Let's go for the science. Always
You
the
have
science.
reached the end of an ideology axis. Of all the epithets other empires may use for you, wishy-washy won't be one of them.
I don't really know what that means, video game. Well, our religion's still strong, so that's good. Got a little bit of a influence in a few spots, but our shamanism is pretty high. Also, this whole area is like controlled by the Mycenaean shamanism. Like just completely. Whenever I think about the Dungeons games, it just reminds me that I need to get into Keeper RL one of these days. It's mostly all it does to me at this point. Oh shit, we got that curiosity with that boat. Gotta get him out of the deep water though, otherwise I'll lose the boat at sea. Turn back on auto explore on you, I think. Looks like we are about to get a science star in 5 turns. We supposedly have one idle city, which is going to now work on the cathedral, bringing us down to only a few turns in comparison to where we were previously. We're losing some stability, but that's okay. It'll recover once we're done with this. Ooh, there's a curiosity there. Let's go grab that. Also one all the way out there. We can get this one first. I think I could probably dip out there and dip back. They're polished to hell? Really? I don't know. I've seen some gameplay of those, and they didn't strike me as polished, but maybe they just didn't come across in footage. I will say War for the Overworld, which is the last game of that type that I played, wasn't polished in the slightest, to the point where it almost made me not want to play those types of games anymore. All right. I should be able to, like, hop out there and grab that and jump back, but we'll see. New grievance available. What'd you do?
A proposal for you. Think on
Okay,
it.
what's the grievance, though? You are concerned for the... Oh. Huh. Interesting. You were concerned for the people of Rashaletki's unjust rule of the Maya. I'm going to renounce that. I don't actually want you to give me that. But I would like the treaty. If you'll pay me.
Make
Ha!
a better offer.
Finally!
What happens?
I mean, as a fan of Dungeon Keeper, I think it's exceptionally janky. Am I going to lose this ship? I don't think so. I thought that Total Biscuit like tore that game a new one though when it got released. Maybe I'm misremembering.
You have my attention.
Man, you guys actually don't hate me anymore. That's hilarious. All right, I shall begin assimilations via religion, methinks. Yeah, because they're all just like 100% my religion. I thought he did like an initial like 1.0 video. I seem to I have this image in my head of him trying to click on money on the ground and it appearing in the sky and him saying that he was very disappointed, but maybe I'm misremembering. I have that image just like imprinted in my brain. All right, well, he'll recover. It's going to be 20 turns of not doing a whole lot because I'm waiting for this cathedral. Although, actually, now that you're done, 15 turns. Excellent. Coast to Coast has been locked by another empire. The Aztecs and the Ghanaians have ended a war. One thing I will say that is kind of a problem for me in this game is because, like, they change the name of the Civ, like, every 3 dozen years. It's kind of hard to remember who you're playing against, and then instead of being like, oh, I'm playing against the Chinese, or I'm playing against this faction, it's more like, I'm playing against pink and green and black. They feel less like separate civs and more just like, oh, you exist. So that's kind of annoying. Wisdom of offers. Your merchants trek the world, reaching great markets and fair. That's hard to read. And far claims and selling your highly prized natural riches for much coin. Conversely, your empire sees many traders from distant lands visit our plazas with their goods, their wit, and their proactive ideas. When their knowledge contradicts the wisdom of your elders, it raises the question, who should you trust? Elders' wisdom, +1 science per researchers in the city or outpost, +1 science of trade routes or city on outpost. I think I'm going to go with this, because that's what I have more of. I've got more researchers than traders.
Learning is important to know where you're going, but it's good to remember where you came from.
No, he didn't see the, like, yo, they continued working on it for another 2 years version. But that was the release that I played, right? Was the initial It's Finished release. All right. And then I kind of had no desire to go back to it after patches, which is more on me than on the game, being honest. All right. Well, numbers continue to go up. 3-masted ship research. New technologies necessary to conquer the seas, particularly undertaking long voyages across vast and dangerous oceans. We also got an Aerostar and...
Sovereign,
do you want to talk to me?
How can I help you?
Okay, right. Yeah, I still have 2 demands from them. Because they attacked me. They paid for a bunch of mercenaries to attack me in the middle of my land. I sometimes go back and rewatch old Total Biscuit videos. So I... Okay, remove that from the construction queue here. What do we need? Because you have a dock, and I would like to see if I can construct those 3-mast ships. No, okay, the most I can do still is the cog. Can I upgrade you? No, I can't. Alright, well, let's just keep that in the queue then. Once you're done... Make us a forge and fishmonger. 12 turns. Get that done pretty quick, I think. Also, thank you very much to anybody who's hanging out and just lurking today. I have a feeling today's going to be quiet for the next little bit on the stream, but just cheers for tuning in. In regards to me, I think I will finish this one game of Humankind and then probably do multiplayer. But aside from that, I'll also be waiting for expansions like most of you, I think. I like the way the cities look once they get walls. I don't have too many walls set up. Cheers, Stone. I think like the actual details on the cities themselves might be some of my favorites in a 4X. Speaking of like strategy games though, King's Bounty 2 is a game that I have code for. That's coming out on the... When is that out? That's something that I'm going to also be taking a look at. 8 minutes. Another very expensive game. But, yeah, that comes out on the 24th, so I already have that game. Might do a single game of King's Bounty as well. King's Bounty 1 I bought really, really cheap and played a little bit and thought it was okay. So we'll see what we think of King's Bounty 2. Wonder what those are. Alright, let's end turn. I come bearing steam! Calm down there, Gabe Newell. The inventor and engineer of ostracized from her own country on account of her religion has come to you offering her scientific expertise. She wishes to settle in the city of Haojang, where she believes she could work productively. Her pioneering work on the fundamentals of engines could be vital for the fact that she is not a follower, but she is not a follower of Zhao shamanism. Could make things difficult. What would you say to her? Reject her? Ugh. Use. I want the science, and I can afford the money. That just gives me science. +1 stability, +5 stability on all cities, +5% science on cities or outposts, whereas this is just extra science in a short term. Minus the money. Let's go this route. Oh, you didn't know it was out already. Well, I feel really bad then. Sherlock. Apologies. So that whole conversation about whether games are done or not was based on you not realizing the game was actually out. I feel bad now. My own hubris strikes again. Oh shit, I can't upgrade you. Damn. You missed the rant. Yeah, you missed a rant. Well, I don't know if it was a rant. It was more of just a back and forth discussion, I would say. A pretty okay one, too. Got 10 turns left on this. Yeah, this is kind of the part of every era in this game kind of has a bit like this where I feel like I'm just clicking the next turn. Just waiting for time to pass.
A proposal for you. Think on it.
Yeah, maybe if you pay me money.
Now you have my attention.
Wealth of the faithless. The empire stands for tolerance and religious freedom. Faiths of many denominations are welcome here, and this is still hard to read. However, now that your own religion is stronger than ever, with 2 holy sites found across the land, you have the power to decide if minorities of other faiths should be subject to taxes or peaceful coexistence. Which one's better for me? Coexistence is stability, and then taxes. Well, I'm not actually wanting for money at all. So I think I'm going to go for coexistence. Because I do actually want and need the stability.
If they prefer perdition, they can get it for free?
Stability is better for me. Maya refused my treaty? Of course they did. Of course they fucking did. Is this boat just going in circles? I think this boat on Auto Explorer is literally just going in circles. I'm pretty sure it's literally just going in circles. Naval artillery research. Waging war at sea requires improvements, from simply keeping powder dry to planning global supply networks. That gives me a city cap. Grain silos and a city cap. Automatically creates roads between outposts of your empire. I think we're going to do that first. And then I think we'll go into gunpowder warfare. And then at that point, maybe we'll just invade these dudes once we get gunpowder. Because, like, we're in the early modern era. We basically, we have gunpowder, right? And Maya is an age and a half behind me. Or actually, no. They're not an age and a half behind me. They're half an age behind me. Babylon's ahead of me now. When the fuck did that happen? All right. Noted. Although, we're going to jump through a bunch of stars pretty quickly soon here. It's because I'm putting too many resources into building this right now. But it's only got 6 turns left. I kind of just want to finish it. Thing is, I have another city cap now. So because I have another city cap, would it be worth it to just power through, though? Well, at least this city's basically got what it needs, so.
Welcome. What do you seek?
The money that you owe me is what I seek. Yeah, it's kind of surprising. We're no longer in first. Babylon passed us. Because I was like a whole age in front of Babylon not too long ago. I wonder what happened over there. I don't have too much visual on that part of the world. Once again, I will counter. You gotta accept the counter. You did for luxuries. You gotta accept for that too. This boat going in circles is starting to annoy me. You go up there. Ah, I see. We can upgrade our boats when we get gunpowder.
Welcome. What do you seek?
Well, they're now afraid of me. So they went from being aggressive to afraid. That's kind of funny. Does that mean that, like, I can successfully make demands of you now? Or nah? I do quite hope that that means I can successfully make demands of them. Ah, it started to happen. We started to lose people due to losing foodstuffs. Although, ironically, we have, like, as many foodstuffs here as we possibly can, but we get our wonder next turn, so that's good. Riot in the ranks? Speaking of riot in the ranks, how goes unionizing, pilot? Went to Walmart and kiddos' glasses, and they said that they were not in yet, and got home, turned on your stream, got called that they were ready. What? What? That sucks, man. So much wasted time on your part. What the fuck? With commercial outposts, deploying trade routes, and managing the global... Oh, wow, I've got 2 extra city cap? Fuck. And managing global supply routes and gains commercial and military importance. We are done with another wonder and can claim a new one.
The formal name of the cathedral is as ornate as the place itself. Cathedral of the Intercession of the Holy Virgin on the Moat.
That's quite a name. So are you part of the Exodus? Is there a band called Mass Exodus yet? Because someone needs to make that. So are you going back to the old job then? Is that the plan, or? Let's give you... You guys have a river. Let's give you artificial reservoirs, which I'm just going to buy because I've got lots of money. I'm also going to give you a granary, which again, I'm just going to buy because I have lots of money. God, grain silos are going to take forever. Okay. I'll start working on a forge. You up here, you have also no food whatsoever. You know, I'm just gonna spend the people on it, lose the overall population up here, but just not have to worry about upsetting people. So they can just have their food right now. This city is so underpowered. Currently. All right, let's do that. My researches are currently idle. So I could do gunpowder warfare. I think I'm actually going to go movable typeface first. You already submitted an application for the old employer? Gotcha. I'm like way too curious about what is going on over there, but it sounds really stressful, and hopefully it all shakes out safely. Like, are you still working, or are you just like refusing to go into work type deal? That's a lot of science that I'll get out of that. Am I tied with first? I'm like just barely in first. By a few points. Even though they actually have more stars than I do.
And you are here because?
Because I want you to give me your shit. Are you guys still afraid of me?
To
Yep.
what do I owe the pleasure?
You are still afraid of me. How you doing, Peter? All right, well... maybe I'll make this territory into a city. Maybe I'll make this territory into its own city. Or I could do that with this little island, but... hope things are well, Peter. Hope you've been good. There's an unknown resource over there, meaning that's got to be like... it's got to be like oil or something. Machu Picchu is the only one that hasn't been claimed, so I'm just going to grab that. Well, actually, that's not totally true. There's also the Taj Mahal. And this. Stability and fame. Stability, industry, stability, and fame. Stability, money. I think I'm going to take the Machu Picchu. You can't afford to be fired yet. There's promise of a meeting to further explain decisions next week, so you're generally working in good faith right now, but you're not alone bailing out ASAP, though. Okay. It's kind of sad that there isn't going to be a brilliant Viva la Revolution into, you know, super exciting things, but is what it is, right? Let's see if I can explore up this way. See what we can find. I don't even know what's up there. 122 turns on that. Holy shit. So they have no food. They have nowhere near enough food here. I'm gonna spend people on it and fix the food problems overnight. Such a fucked up thing to say out loud. It's like, I'm gonna spend human lives on this and just have more food than we need. going to build a small town up there. Hamlet. That'll take a while. But building the hamlet will give us extra workers slots so I can have more farmers once the population gets back up, which it will. And I'm just going to work on the artificial reservoirs. And I can't really upgrade this boat right now, so you know what? I'm just going to station you. From what you know, the company may fail soon anyway. I get you. That sucks. I'm just going to change a thing right quick. As I keep having encoded problems, I'm just going to turn down my bitrate ever so slightly. It's going down by 1,000. It's not too much. Culture chosen. The Aztecs reached the medieval era and kept their traditions. The Aztecs have moved up now, which is still really far back for them. I'm going to keep giving you that counter offer.
To offer more.
I mean, forming a union, very difficult, right? No matter how many people you have. However, joining another union is actually kind of a reasonable prospect for a lot of groups. But actually, you know, going about doing that is very difficult. I think I'm just going to start buying up buildings left and right. The Sands of Time. Recently traveling across an antique desert in the hinterlands of your empire, you come across a curious sight. Two vast, trunkless legs of stone, beside which led a shattered visage. On a pedestal, these words... Chat, are you guys getting any stutterings or like frame drops? Because I keep getting this error notice from OBS about my encoding settings being overloaded. If you guys are seeing any frame setters, just give me a shout. Let me know. Recently, the the image still haunts you to this day. Whoever raised this civilization is now forgotten. Any and all of their achievements gone. Even the name lost to the winds. Today, you reign supreme, the most famed leader of the world, or in the world. Yet, you will still be remembered in a century, a millennium. Neon, how best to find immortality? And preach? That's actually be really useful for right now. A lot of cheaper industry costs. Or get religion payout. I think I'm going to preach. Oh, that's brilliant news, man. Congratulations on your on the acquisition of a burger. That's wonderful to hear. I'm so happy for you. Need iron. How the heck do I get that? Sus had population loss due to lack of food, I think. Yeah, due to not quite enough food. Well, we'll get that forge next turn. We'll see if that will... It's 5 industry per that. Ay, ay, ay. ay. Let's just fix the food problem. It's not similar in the slightest. Jaipur Wave, I think is how you say that. It's not similar in the slightest. They're completely different games. The only thing they really have in common is they're both 4X games, and they both have a historical theme, but mechanically they're almost completely different. And as far as how they compare, it's not a fair contest. Civ 6 came out 6 years ago. This game only just came out. So obviously Civ 6 is going to have way more in the way of content and stuff of that sort. It's not really a fair contest. But I don't know. It's not really a fair... I don't really like comparing games. This game is a solid base for a pretty cool fucking 4X, though. Still need iron. Where'd that boat end up? There you are. Wonder if you're gonna get lost at sea or if you're gonna get injured. I could just start making more boats. Oh, there we go. I actually have these listed now. But I need that. And to get that, I need gunpowder warfare, which is after what I'm working on right now, which is movable typeface. But very different from Civ. But I just personally think it's really nice to finally have a studio that's trying to compete with Firaxis to a degree. This competition is very healthy. Trying to think, what do I put here? Like, city building's completely different, combat's completely different. In Civ, you select a single civilization, and then you play that civilization through time, right? In this, every couple hundred years or so, you're given, or once you fill up an era set of era stars by, you know, advancing your tech tree and building stuff and whatnot and doing what you do in 4X games, you earn these stars. When you fill up the stars, you move on to the next era, and you either pick a new civ or advance with the same civ, keeping bonuses from the previous civ as well as gaining bonuses from the new civ, or alternatively just boosting the bonuses from the previous civ, which leads to a lot more variety in the perks that you get, and it also leads to potentially your strategy changing. Like, I had an option to, you know, go from just being Zhao, which is early Chinese, which is what I still am because I keep boosting it because it's working. But I had an option early on to just go become the Huns and just suddenly have a huge, like, military boom. And which is also kind of neat because then it means that, oh, your enemies that are maybe like super scientific and peaceful right now, maybe they will move to a civ in the future that suddenly becomes super aggro, which is kind of neat. That's kind of the bulk of what makes this game unique. But aside from that, you know, it's an amplitude game. So if you played Endless Legends, if you played any of the other Endless games, you probably have at the very least an idea of what you're getting into. I just realized I can upgrade all these units. I should do that. What do we need up here? Like everything. Because what I really need up here is I need this saltpeat. So I can start making gunpowder, and I don't know what this is yet, but I need that. So So what is something I can do for a handful of turns while I'm waiting for that? Let's build a hamlet up there. It'll take me 7 turns, which will be enough time to mostly finish researching gunpowder. Gandhi is not a playable character, so you'd have to like mod Gandhi into the game. There is no historical figures in this game from what I can tell. So if I move over there, I go to war. All right, well, let's back up then. If you want Bloodthirsty Gandhi, you still got to play Civ. In my honest opinion, I think that it would be really fucking weird if this game had Gandhi being a psychopath. Like, that would genuinely weird me out. Yeah, I mean, like, my character, this person, is like a person that I designed at the beginning. Like, it's, you go through character creation instead of like, I'ma be America in the Stone Age, which I've always thought is really stupid in Civ. I really, really, really hate that shit. All right, so Babylon has moved on to a new era. They're into, Babylon is trading with the Mexicans? Hold on a second. Babylon is owned by Mexico now. They're no longer the Babylonians. All right, so Babylon has become Mexico. All right, there you go. Sure. Sure. I need to invade the Mayans. I also have space for another city. So you know what? We're going to detach these guys. So I've detached this outpost, and I'm going to evolve you into a city. So this outpost is now its own city, meaning I need to feed a bunch of people down here now. Going to immediately drop down a Confucian school because it's my Civ's unique item. Just buy that really quickly because it's cheap. We then need food. Actually, I think a dock might be a really good way to do that. That's a really good spot right there. It's also really good. 3 plus 7. Okay, let's plop it right there. Wait, what? Oh, that's an artisan's quarter. Wait, what am I dropping it on then? I don't even know what I'm exploiting, but we're going to exploit it. God damn it. But yeah, and then the combat in this is pretty similar to Endless Legend if you ever played that. It's like it zooms out and you play on like a hex grid within the map. Which is kind of neat. I've never liked the combat in Civ, so might actually make me play the combat in this a little bit more. But yeah, this is if you're heavily into games like this and you're looking for another one to play and obsess over, this is a pretty easy game to recommend in its current state, I would say. That being said, absolutely no shame in just fucking waiting for 5 years. Yeah, it's worth looking up some footage of the combat. You probably won't see much combat because I'm building really tall. Although I'm kind of thinking about just fucking invading Maya. Because, like, how far ahead of them am I?
You are here because
They're actually catching up to me, but I could probably still fight them pretty easily. And that's their, like, one of their most important cities. Like, if I could just take these two and this one, or even just this city, we'd just win. They'd probably just give it to me. I just don't know if I can afford that right now. I probably can, but I actually need some stability here. But like, so I'm placing down a garrison, right? I have to kind of think about where I want it because like, if I get invaded here, this will give a unit on this tile in the combat screen like a benefit, right? So I want a unit to be here. Potentially, like I'm thinking like, okay, I could put like an archer up in here or something, right? Or I could put it down here, and then if we get invaded from the water, then we'll have better defenses. So like, that's kind of the shit that you're thinking about when you're placing a tile like this. It's like, okay, well, where do I put this? I think I'm gonna put it there to answer my own question. A heresy of science. Are we mere animals? Word spreads of natural philosophers are conceiving theories regarding the providence of life itself. To imagine that men and beasts might have shared a common ancestor would be an affront to many and cause a revolution in the way the people view themselves. These theories could undermine the realm's official faith, and by extension, your authority. What is your position on the matter? What do I get? Extra faith for dispute? Or extra science? Science! Yeah, all of the science, please. Give me all of the goddamn science. All right. How are we doing up here? Looking better. Another thing that like I'm kind of curious to see is how slow turn times get later on.
The written word was previously
There we
available
go.
to a small, often wealthy elite. Now, knowledge and propaganda
It's really hard to
can
read.
be distributed to the masses.
I'm trying not to just sit here and bitch about the UI for this game because I feel like I've been bitching about the UI in Amplitude games as long as I've been playing Amplitude games. Every single Amplitude game I've ever played, I've had problems with the UI. But, like, what can I really say? You know? Like, really, what can I really say? I've kind of given up when it comes to mainstream games making usable, friendly UI for people with visual issues.
Mass dissemination. But will it be of information or of propaganda?
Ooh. Well, I think the problem is when you have art-first studios. This is one of those studios that takes visual appearance as a very important thing in their design ethos, and it's noticeable. Like, you know, you look at any of their games, they're all beautiful. Like, the artwork in these games is gorgeous. But I think that there is definitely some style over substance in a few areas. I need to quickly take a toilet break. I will be back in a minute. Chat, can I get a couple beers? We haven't actually had a reason to post beers yet today, so can I get a beer or two in the chat? I'll be back in a sec.
It's a Unix system. I know this.
All right, me back. All right. All right. So we are pretty close to an influence star. Also pretty close to a builder star. You assume this was a game. This is a game? This is indeed a game. I'm not sure what that statement means. Welcome back from your lurks, animal. All right, so now we're doing gunpowder warfare. Just because I really need to be able to harvest that saltpeat. What do we need for you? Everything, sort of. Everything and nothing. A lot of stuff I need iron for. Speed up industry. Oh, the quote. Reads like RimWorld. Is there a VOD? I highly doubt it. I would assume that that is a RimWorld quote. I don't know what else it could be from. It depends on what country you live in. If you live in a country where eating animals is, or where eating a dog is legal, then it is legal where you reside, thus making it okay to do on Twitch. I don't believe I've ever actually done just a food eating stream. What do I need you to do? I could absorb that upper city. I've never actually done this, where you absorb another city. How much of a stability cost, though? Quite the stability cost, but it speeds things up significantly. It's a huge food cost, too. All right, well, due to the stability cost, I can place that. Then we can do that. Curious to see if this is a mistake. I won't know for a little bit still. I also apparently have an iron mine up here already. What? I don't recall building that. All right, then. I still need the bullets from the gunpowder warfare. You're just going to station. That's going to be finished next turn, and then we can exploit that resource, I think. How are things in Humankind? Humankind is pretty solid. Minor complaints, but I've been enjoying Humankind, I would say. Oh, right. I need to actually finish researching gunpowder, which is 5 turns. So what's something that takes 5 turns that we could actually use here? Let's do a Commons Quarter. That seems to be the best spot to put that. I have no idea. As somebody who doesn't really eat meat, I would not be the person to ask. Next one. Yep, music is all just the game. I don't have any music playing in the background or anything. Soundtracks for this studio's games are generally pretty great. Maya's upset with me again? What did I do to them this time? I haven't invaded them yet. Cool. Sold some incense for a bunch of money. Revolutionary arts. The invention of movable typeface is a great breakthrough, but it has a potential cause for massive disruption to existing powers. Via the printing press, ideas, both profound and dangerous, can now be easily disseminated. Artists are in the vanguard of this revolution. +1 influence on market quarter, +1 influence on maker's quarter. Let's go this route because I got a lot
is to speak
more
and show
maker's
the
quarters.
truth. You can't gag and bind it.
Yes, but I can beat and grind it. All right. What else do I need to do? You've got plenty of food. Everything seems pretty balanced. I kind of want to build these people a hamlet, but actually what I think I should probably do is something like this. Give us a... That's a lot of science I'd lose by doing that. It's a little bit of food that I'd lose by doing that, but the extra stability and happiness for this area would help a lot. And we are about to earn an influence star. Religious conversion started. What? Oh, okay. These guys and their shamanism is beating out my shamanism. I need to make more religious sites, I think. Noted. Well, good thing my next temple, I think, is going to count as a religious... Or my next wonder is going to count as a religious site, I think. Which I haven't even started yet, but... So what games were you playing, Animal, if I can ask? New grievances available. Oh shit, there was a claimable territory up there? Demands have been refused. Well, I guess we're going to war. I suppose we going to war. I'm only 2 turns away from learning about gunpowder. Only 2 turns away. Saboteur. Traveling undercover, the saboteur relays details of enemy movements. It can also cause mayhem in enemy lands. I need to mess with that. Two turns for you. Toxic contamination? Not if you have a gas mask. If you have a gas mask, it's a cakewalk. Quite literally. Alright, so 1 turn from now and we get... Why did I just do that? It's not what I wanted you to do. Thought I was deselecting that menu. Well, not much I can do. A comet is coming. A great comet streaks through the heavens, stirring awe in all of those who witness its iridescent passage. Your most auspicious underlings immediately hail. It has a symbol of your growing repute and magnificence. An astute astrologer, however, discerns that it is no new phenomenon. The exact same comet has been observed several times in recent centuries. Whether its origin is singular, astral, or as this singular astral spectacle must have an everlasting name bestowed upon it. Vanity, give us cheaper of that. Probably science. Ooh, actually, no, we need faith. That's what we need. It'll actually move us in the other direction from the direction I've been moving in, but I need the faith to keep my religion strong. I have no idea. Coca Collector. Genuinely no idea. Because this is my first game of this game, and this is a game that you need to put a lot of hours into to see every single problem with it. Will I put enough time to see every problem with it? Doubtful. I am not the person to ask, unfortunately. Sorry to be less than helpful, but... So we need to hit that city. The city that's up here. But I think that's going to be our main point of attack right there. Okay, actually, like, where in the hell? Can you, here, transfer, run down over here? I need to know what this is. If I can even access it right now. I'm assuming war support is probably diplomacy stuff, which is this. But I have no idea what people's problems would be with it, because I haven't run into any issues. It seems pretty reasonable so far. You piss them off, they gain war support towards going to war with you without causing problems with their alliances, vice versa. So, like, if you go to war without a whole bunch of grievances, then they're gonna, like, the world will get mad at you, basically. So, I don't know. I don't know! You need more food. I'm gonna put down another food quarter here. Is there is no real good spot to put down a food quarter. I think I should also make a holy site down here, which we'll do first.
This emblematic unit is a symbol of pride and power for your empire. Let's hope they're worth the price.
Sus gained a population? Hell yeah. My other cities gained a population. So now I can mine saltpeat. Make bullets. They just didn't have enough to do what they wanted. Well, then they need to get good. My dude. But yeah, no, basically, like, if you go to war with no grievances, then other civs will get mad at you, right? So if it's sort of like grand strategy games where you need to have sensus bale to, you know, have reason to go to war. That's all that is. Game was balanced around UV. That's where most of their testers are playing it. But then they nerf everything else so that it's beatable on all the difficulties. Jupiter Hell is shockingly balanced for what it is and the scale of the amount of testing they have for it. The only mode that isn't balanced, in my opinion, is endless. Axon is talking about a completely different game, so don't worry about it. Axon is talking about Jupiter Hell, not Humankind. How much to just buy that? Only a few turns. I might buy that out early. That's actually a lot of money. Gives me banks, stock exchange. You know what? Yeah, we're gonna grab you. Now I just need bullets. I get to upgrade all of you.
Go this way.
Gonna be real curious to see if we can actually go to war. Okay, well there's soldiers coming in the top side up there. And I have this army sitting here, which I'm going to start moving up. Oh, I wanted to move them all, not just the one unit, but fine. There we go. You just going to eat people to make that stat. It's 5 industry per that. So this is the one with iron. How the heck do I produce iron then? Because you need bullets, and then you need iron to upgrade to knights. How the heck do I get that from here? Anybody actually knows, like, just tell me, because I feel like I'm missing something here. I thought that I just needed to put a quarter on it, and then I could just build it, but I assume that's not how that works. Oh, I see. I understand. Just have to produce it. I get it. I get it. I found the icon I was looking for. And then you can also move up. It's going to take you a couple of turns, but you can also move up. And I will just buy you so that I can move you up as well onto the same tile. Oh, obviously I can't move you the same turn. But next turn I'll move you. And you, what do you need? Let's just start working on watchtowers and such.
Over this way.
Still a question mark down here. Well, noted. You've got space for quite a lot of soldiers, so let's just hop, skip, and jump you guys over here. There we go. It's a pretty hefty stack. How about finishing this up, shall we? It's a lot of people. Got almost enough population to just power that down, but then we're not going to have enough worker force for it. Then there's this army up here. The thing is, like, because I've done so little of the combat in this game, the problem that I'm going to run into... Okay, you're full. The problem that I'm going to run into is that I fear that I'm going to misjudge how strong my army should be. Oh, you need to get upgraded. Oh, you need iron to be upgraded, okay. So I'm just going to be, like, slowly upgrading my units to iron units. You know, anybody here who's played Rise of Nations will know that moment in Rise of Nations where you're, like, dragging your army into the enemy area, and all that you have is, like, just cavalry, and you charge into the enemy base, and then the upgrade pops, and all the cavalry becomes tanks. That's kind of what this feels like. Because I currently have, like, this army of, like, chariots and crossbowmen. I don't know what these chariots are going to become when I upgrade them. Oh, they're going to become knights. And then these crossbowmen are literally going to become riflemen. So, that's going to be a bit of a power shift when that happens. But we need to get this. That's what we need to do. We need to get that. Still can't quite afford you. And fields of plenty. Hark! The empire is your empire is a land of plenty, and your cities a quiltwork of farms and small buildings. Feed your hungry and ambitious people, while new methods of the age bring huge grain silos into your employ, transforming farming landscape as the sector scales up. You must now ask yourself if it is time to state ran the emperor's farms. Is it time the state ran the emperor's farms? +1 farmers slot on city if nationalized businesses, but if it's privatized, then we get traders and money. I think we actually just need the food, so I'll take nationalized.
And resources, paradoxically, could provide more freedom and autonomy.
Paradoxically. Check, can we get a couple more beers in the chat? I'm going to be doing this every so often because we are kind of quiet today. That's okay, though. You, down here, still only have 1 iron. Need you to just work on industry per maker's quarter. And I also need to put more people into industry for this spot. You're the only idle army that I currently have.
Follow me.
Send you up there. You're dying after your second COVID shot. A lot of people got their second COVID shots recently. It's totally fine that you're being quiet. I just want to know that, like, because I am getting, like, errors in OBS. I just want to make sure that stream's still working and whatnot more than anything. All of my soldiers are due for an upgrade. Uh-oh, there's an army. Question is, what is it? Oh, pff, okay. Crappy soldiers, gotcha. Let's just make 3 swordsmen and a crossbowman and just let that build. So there's this army of 2 down here. Noble javelin throwers. Okay, so I think what we'll do is these 2 armies are just gonna jump that border there. But I need something down here to actually defend, so. Well, I was completely out of commission for my second shot, so I have lots of sympathy for that. Like that was a tough couple of hours. Like a tough 24 hours. It was not fun. So I got lots of sympathy for that. You need stability. Gives you stability. Walls give you stability. What else gives you stability? Barracks gives you stability. They'd win that fight. I'm actually going to send you back to this. It'd be more useful back there. Third freaking day in a row. For me, it was I got my second shot. By the time I got home, I felt like I had the flu. I basically just went and lay down because I got home after my second shot about 3 p.m. I lay down, didn't get out of bed until about 1 in the morning because I needed to pee, and I had to drag myself to the bathroom because I could barely stand. Then I managed to get back to bed, and then woke up at about 11 o'clock the next day, dragged myself out of bed and forced myself to eat a piece of toast, and then went back to bed, and didn't get out of bed until about 8 p.m. And then the next day I just was really cranky with a really bad headache and still kind of felt like garbage, but like better than previously. So, wasn't exactly what I would describe as optimal. I might just go jump the border right about now. You fuckers. What you guys?
I am listening.
Do you want to trade luxuries?
A cultural wonder. In my considered opinion,
I have a
one of your
proposal, please.
competitors garnered a lot of fame building that
This will be a blessing for all parties. I accept.
That was a very
Don't
weird
forget your
overlapping
place in the future.
of verbiage. Really? You don't have iron? Motherfuckers. That's fine. I'll just leave that. It'll help me get some more money regardless.
Move out. Right.
So what do you guys have? Bunch of javelin throwers?
Attack!
Well, that's a pretty good fight in my favor. So to anybody who hasn't seen the combat in this game yet, this is the combat. We can still bring in our reinforcements too, because this is going to take multiple turns, this fight. So let's manual battle this. Like, look at my army versus whatever they're going to have. I don't even have anywhere to really deploy people. So I just have a shit ton of... All right, so this is the battle screen now. So if I zoom out on the map, this whole kind of grayed out area is now the combat zone. If I walk any armies into this area, they join in with the fight. Same on their side. So they can walk other armies into this region. And now this is all just like a separate combat zone. So all of the city regions provide different amounts of defense. If there was a fort on the map, it would provide me more defense. There's mountains, like land height matters. So this is like the actual combat in this, which is part of why I think this game is so neat. But let's start this fight. Let's just, actually, let's start this off by just pelting you. Really? You You guys can't shoot that far. There you go. You can. So we can just hit you, and then hopefully just finish him. That's one done. So this will now hopefully allow me to do this. See if I can move you up. Nope, you're done moving. I think I'm actually going to move this cavalry over here, or this chariot over here. I find that hard to believe that that's out of their line of sight. I can run these guys over here. I'm kind of sketchy about putting someone here. Oh, I see. It's because they're uphill. I get you. That makes sense. So that'll almost kill them. You've been robbed. I mean, this is a running occurrence here. So that puts out that unit. See if I can sneak you through. Looks like we can. So they have an archery unit, this swords unit, and then this guy who's in a fort. So let's just slam that archery unit. If I move this unit here, maybe they can hit something. Next turn. Let's run you guys down there. And I think I can end that round. He spends it on rubber ducks. It's the only way he can get off, man. So if we can capture their flag and hold it for a certain amount of time, I don't know how many turns, we win the fight by default. I'm hoping that this is most of their soldiers in this region, because if this is most of the soldiers in their region, then we just win. Which would actually be kind of awesome. So our way to win this is we need to hold the flag. Because I can't actually hit them right now. Let's move my archers up, so hopefully I can hit them on the inside of the walls. Because they just have the 2 archers left. I'm not entirely sure how long they need to hold this, or we need to hold this, but I think it's just 1 of 5 turns. So yeah, I think we need to hold it for 5 turns. Okay, so I can hit these guys here now. Let's move this dude up here. Actually, let's move them down to here. You know what? I'm gonna get this out of the way and move these archers up. Let's get you out of the way and move these archers up. That is a very far distance. Then I should be able to move those archers up there and we can just pelt them with arrows. While we keep holding their flag. I don't think I lose their flag as long as I recapture it in the same turn. So if those guys get too low. Oh, okay, we won. Sweet. I needed to hold the flag for 3 turns. We held the flag for 3 turns. So we won that fight. Now we need to go fight them again. But fortunately, my soldiers are all healing now, so that's good. And I'm going to spend units to just get bullets up and running. What do we need here right now? I've got literally no population at this poor city. I've completely ravaged this city just to get their industry up and running. He burns them to create less inflation. Yeah, he's just buying all the ducks and setting them on fire so that there isn't a inflated duck economy. Because, you know, nobody would want an inflated rubber duck economy. I mean, come on. Don't be silly. Well, these guys are just building people, which is good. Although running soldiers is expensive, so. Artificially inflating the duck sounds a little off. I mean, lots of things are a little off, man.
Forward, march!
Cannot be done. The current position is not valid, so I cannot upgrade when I'm outside of my territory. Interesting. Do have a squad of riflemen now. So that's pretty good.
Let's go! Let's go!
Wait, what? Why did you split? Why do you keep doing that? It's very frustrating. Would you stop doing that? They're probably going to fight with us this turn. Would be my assumption. Let's not build you. That's going to take way too long. Let's also not build you. Let's instead just build aqua braziers with gunners. Significantly quicker. So we're going to attack them.
Let's get 'em!
I might actually just automatically complete this. Nah, I should manual battle this. But we're fighting in more or less the same region, but this time we're trying to, you know, properly win. Oh, never mind, actually. Holy shit. Why is my side suddenly weaker? Oh shit, they brought in these dudes from over here. I didn't even realize. Huh, okay. They also get to move first. I can't actually buy out other units right now. That is terrifying. Well, let's see if I can take out their archers with my chariots. Otherwise, we in trouble, I suppose. Assuming I even get the opportunity to fight. Oh, I see. These guys haven't even entered the battle yet. That's why we're so weak, is because my other army hasn't even started. Okay, that's a little bit more or less concerning. There we go. This is a lot more promising now. I was super worried for a second there. I was like, oh, it's just because it hasn't deployed my other squad yet. It's like I didn't actually have my backup. Just kill that unit by just shooting them. That can just remove that unit. Let's keep the high ground and go hit these guys. And you've already finished moving. Let's just go hit you. There's not really a lot of healing I'm going to be able to do with these guys, so might as well just throw them into the meat grinder. Also, Axon, it's not like artificially inflating the duck economy is going to be the weirdest thing you're ever going to hear on this stream. Come on. Kind of wish that there was like a, you know how Civ has like a strategic mode, chat? I kind of wish that there was a strategic mode for this screen. I feel like it would make things a lot easier. All right, is it my turn yet? That is also true. That quote especially. God. That gunner unit is so fucking overpowered, holy shit, compared to everything else on here. Like, that gunner unit just completely annihilated that entire squad from full health. Holy crap. It's almost like we're fighting against people from 100 years ago. With that, that's my only upgraded unit though. It's the only one that I've had time to actually upgrade. Which is kind of amazing. Man. Kind of bummed that I can't move this unit up here. It's like I can't pass through certain types of units. It makes that into a pain in the ass. Just bring in one of these. Let's get him! Smack you. Yeah, sometimes different is healthy. Wandering player. Many people forget, but I streamed Civ at launch. Just stuck there. Well, tide's turning in our favor. How you doing, player? Man, once these crossbowmen all get upgraded, we're just going to start wrecking house. I love that that's just a literal fucking cliff. Because it's a cliff, it's like, yeah, no, you can't stand there. Just move these riflemen over here, because that's like my main form of possible survival. I just got an ad from my phone provider stating that because I'm part of this phone provider, I can get 2-for-1 tickets to movies in theaters, because that's a thing that I would like to do in the current year. Let's run you guys away because you're about to die.
Move out. You are.
Let's kill that unit, hopefully. There we go. Let's move you down here. Hit them. And then this chariot should be able to finish that off. Nope. I mean, a lot of people are waiting for actual storms right now. It's that time of year.
Follow me.
Let's just run you around the side. Just so that I know where I'm walking when I try and walk other units out. Picture point! My dude.
Friend reporting for duty.
I lost a chariot! Sad face. And a shitty soldier unit. You wanna know what's awesome, but also kinda not awesome? The awesome thing. Picture point, you were the first sub notification or anything of today. The less than awesome thing is nobody's posted beer yet. Come on, chat. Give this man some beer. The first resub of the day. We deserve, or they deserve our utmost of respect. There we go. Damn right, Chad. Shit, Goffer. Thanks for the 5 gifted subs. Big thank you. Goes a long way, man. While I slaughter these poor archers and wandering with the resub for 17 months. You might get promoted this week? Well, I'm glad that that's working. Thanks for the sudden surprise hype train. But yeah, and congrats on the hopeful future promotion, man. Hope that all that stuff works out. How much range these guys have?
Let's go. Ready? March.
Let's just run these riflemen down here. See what they can do next turn. I could bring in a chariot and then just immediately smack you. Which I think what I'm going to do. That's what I did. Although that unit's just going to get annihilated. Cultural rebirth. You've ruled your people well. Under your reign, your empire's culture has flourished, and greatly rapid advances in science and engineering and the arts that mean that people all over the world are reading your people's books and arguing using your people's philosophical theories, even fighting with weapons your people invented. Amidst this heady time of learning and optimism, you receive an envoy from one of your neighboring powers who beg you to send a small delegate of thinkers and artists and craftsmen to stimulate cultural growth in their empire. I don't need the money. Sure, we'll aid. But thank you very much, everybody, for just hanging out today, you know? As Wandering Player said a couple minutes ago, this is different. And the benefit of doing something different is, well, it's different, but the detractor from doing something different is it sometimes means it can be quiet days on streams. So, thank you, everybody, for just tuning in. Tuning in for something different means a lot. with you and wait with you. And thanks for the little impromptu level 2 hype train. Kind of sucks that we're losing all these chariots, but noted. They got a little bit of a free shot on that, which I think is interesting. I can just kill that unit with you. So if I move you two up here. Yeah, they can't move and then attack.
March! Onward to victory!
And Ha's gifting a sub as well. Thank you much, man. Bring out another squad.
Let's take them!
Finishing off that squad. Let's bring in the last squad here and then just shoot these guys. That's pretty much it. I think I can almost automatic battle this to the end pretty safely. Watch my AI just like lose horribly and embarrass me. There we go. Gotta get on that hype train. Gotta go for a ride, man. The question is, will it get to level 3? That's the actual question. This is also like the first hype train we've really had in the channel in like over a week. Just saying. Also, that brings us back up to 300 subscribers on the dot already. So thank you. All right, now I just gotta capture this freaking city. I just need money, and I need to be in the right region. But thanks for that train, guys. Cheers.
All together now!
The question is, are you guys taking damage while standing here? Because I think they are. Man, it's not even a fair fight. Not even close to a fair fight. Just gonna run these guys out to here so I can upgrade them. You know, actually, I think I'm gonna do that with both of these squads. Run them out here just so I can upgrade both of them. Because they are pretty hurt. Yeah, no, I have a soft spot for 4X games, so whenever a major 4X game comes out, just like whenever a major XCOM clone comes out, I will dedicate a handful of days to it.
Understood.
Let's just move you guys out here. You know, actually... I don't think it's worth making these guys. They take so long. Like, I can make these in one turn. Like, that is so much more worth it. I mean, look, all of these units are done. Yeah, they're all ready to be upgraded, but, I mean... That's a whole squad. I wanted to bring all of you, not just the one. Why does it always do that? I think it's because I click through them and I look at the upgrades that they need. You love the new emotes? I'm glad. Cooler did a lot of work on them and he did a very good job, I think.
And you are here because?
Yeah, you know what? I still have that. Offer your surrender to this empire to end the war. You'll need to provide... Yeah, no, thank you. So I guess we're just going to stay at war with these people for this foreseeable future. Question is, what do we need? Actually, you know what this place needs? This place needs a hamlet. Cancel that, actually. I want to move it elsewhere slightly. I'm going to stick with this spot on the road over here. So this gives me more space up here to be able to put more units into each different job. While all these guys heal up. Skip you for a turn. Let's level up another one of you. Let's move those 2 units up slowly. And bring these chariots over. Join that squad. We're going to have to invade again in a moment. So you made a barracks. A little short on stability. This seems to be a pretty good spot to put it. Same with that. Let's do that on the lower one. You're not working on anything currently. Well, nothing noteworthy anyway. Wonder what I can do with the Saboteur. I'm going to build a Saboteur and see if I can send it over to this side. Go spy on these guys. Pink. The creativity people make with Twitch chat. I think Cooler has done a fantastic job on the emotes. I honestly do. Like, to the point where even he doesn't like being told how much of a good job I think he's done. Okay, so we need to get that. That's what we need to get. We need to get that. Because I need to capture the city instead of just sacking it, which is what I did previously. But I think that these guys can run in here and start wreaking some havoc. Because that's what I would like to do over here. He's literally going to need to become a boat. That's how long of a trip that it's going to be for that Saboteur. They literally need to become a fucking boat for a bit. Oh, right, yeah, I now have banks and the stock market. Siege cannons. Yeah, this seems helpful. Cannons. Yes, that seems helpful. Let's research cannons. Well, that's one unit. This isn't even a fair fight, but you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do that. And they run away. Ya pansies! How dare you chase me? Out of my land. Or back into my land. That's what I was looking for. Well, I guess we get to chase them next turn. And this is just like a joke. But you know, I'm gonna instant resolution, and if this bullshits me, I'm just gonna save scum and do it manually. Yay, victory! I just didn't want to go through the whole setup process.
Weapons forward.
You can stand out there and heal. You guys can come this way. And I built this, which can go join you next turn, because, well, it's not done. Celebrating peace by having fireworks displays, yeah? Yeah, definitely. That's absolutely what we're going to be doing. You, what do I need? I'm kind of getting to that point where it's just like, what the fuck do I actually need? Let's just build walls, and then I'll think about it later.
Take positions.
Like, you know that point in 4X where you're just like, wait, what the fuck am I doing?
Hitch the teams forward.
That's where I'm at right now. What the fuck am I doing? Exactly.
Chicken attack. Chicken attack.
Guess we're under attack by everything. Good noon. Hey, B-Lug. I like how I ended up in their defensive position. Somehow I got that. That's kind of ballin'. I got an Aristar. How many dudes is that? Oh, okay, they're actually in the fight.
Over this way. Got it.
There you go. Send you there. I lost a lot of units on the first turn of that. Let's hit these crossbowmen. Next turn, I suppose. Where's the actual button I want? Let's lean slightly in my favor.
All together.
Let's just go smack you. And smack you. Start shooting. You know, I think we're just gonna run this around the back. There's also just that dude over there that's kind of funny. All right, well, we've got our flag, so we're just gonna be slamming into these guys now, I think. this chariot I'm also going to send around. You have a good night, animal. Ouch. I have a feeling once my riflemen all start firing, we'll just win this. It's kind of an assumption, but I feel like it's a pretty safe assumption. Let's just get you into this fight. Can I not do that? Seems like a pretty good advantage for us here. Let's just open fire. Then I can finish off that not cavalry, that squad. You guys move up one. And I can't open fire same turn, unfortunately, but I can kill them, or I can kill them. Let's kill you. This mountain is very inconsiderate of my space. I wish that mountain wasn't there. This mountain is just like throwing a wrench into all of my fucking plans right about now. It's like, dear mountain, could you kindly go away? Make my life a lot easier right about now. All right, end round. I do like that you can just play this with just dice rolls, though. Like, if you don't want to actually play any of these fights out, you can just play as dice rolls. I'm feeling I'm going to lose you. I thought that... Why didn't you just shoot him? You could have just won that fight. What the fuck?
Charge! Take aim.
Kill you. Kill you. Okay, what's left? Is it literally just that? I think it's literally just this one unit out here. This is what happens when you're one whole era ahead of the people you're fighting against. Which is literally where we're at right now. We are one whole era ahead of these guys. All right, what do we still have left? Oh, just this. And I can kill him with him. Building science, basically. Although there is, the Mexicans are the same level of tech as me. They're also in the early modern era. But I'm back ahead, I think. Oh no, they're up into the industrial era, but I'm ahead. I'm still ahead in score. How the fuck does that work? They're a whole, like, era ahead of me. But I still have better score. Granted, I only need 8 turns. I will be there too, so. 8 turns, that's all it's gonna take. Ay, ay, ay. Let's just run these two back up in here and join that army. And you guys move forward, and then you guys are going to pop back into our territory to be better geared out. I'm going to grab that high furnace. Well, that's going to take a while to make. 9 turns. Whereas you guys jump down there and join that squad. That's a pretty easy win for us. Let's just go win that. Instant resolution, please. And of course they retreat. Chase them. Instant win. Perfect.
Hail, friend. I have a notion which would benefit us both.
Non-aggression pact, eh?
Don't count your chickens.
You know what? I'll take that non-aggression pact. I'll take that and then send spies over.
The mark you leave on humankind improves compared to others. You must be doing something right.
Or something horribly wrong. There's never any in between on that. So this is now a siege. They just have a bunch of peasants, and I think we'll just assault. Let's just fight them. Again, I'm just going to instant resolution this because we've sieged this place like 3 times, and now we've taken their shit, and we get an Era Star for doing it. One of the militarist stars has been earned. We have sieged and taken this because I'd already killed all their soldiers. They just had peasants left. So now I have acquired Tikal, which is this whole piece of land up here.
What could you want?
I'm leveling up to industrial era, and you're just chilling. So that's what I want. I want industrial era, and I want you to, you know, deal. Currently, we're just occupying, so. Culture's heritage. The capture of the great city of Tikal was a proud day for your empire. Marching through the gates, however, it was clear the defeated citizens were equally proud of their own colorful culture. What do you make of their customs and rites? Well, I mean, they already worship my religion, so let's go for multiculturalism because it's already what I stand for in the game, and it helps us. Although that stability would be very helpful, but
They say alloys are stronger than pure metals. I guess we're going to see how far that metaphor applies to human society.
I mean metal for? Ha! We won the battle at Kuma. So how long does it take for this to become mine? Construction queue is blocked on cities which are occupied. Okay. I know I want that strategic resource, so. And I just have this army down here, which I'm going to upgrade you to rifleman and walk you guys in the bottom. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. I want to walk the whole squad in the bottom. I keep doing that, accidentally only moving 1 unit from a squad instead of the whole unit. We have an idle city, which I kind of want to start up Machu Picchu on, but I think we should wait until this war's over first. Let's give them fishmonger, stoneworks, lumber, all of these things that I've just been putting off that are super cheap. And now we get to select a new era. So what do I get if I just keep what I'm doing? I just get an extra 10% fame. You know, I think that might be why I've had the highest score for so long, is because I keep taking the extra 10% fame and it keeps boosting me to the top of the scoreboard because of that. Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna stick with the Zhao. We're just gonna transcend and take the extra 10%. Chat, if you're lurking, you might want to tab over. There's about to be a pretty cutscene. Or rather, I guess after I end the turn. Yeah, after I end the turn. You guys skip. There we go.
The world gets larger, the cities expand, buildings reach higher, and roads stretch longer. And yet, the world gets smaller as bridges unite lands. Towns congest, and railroads bring distant goods to the doorstep. Anything seems possible in this wondrous future. Though as humankind grows, the planet itself appears to shrink.
Here we go. Hey, Squog. How's things, man?
Perhaps you don't really need to focus on markets when you have deep philosophers and dangerous chariots.
I don't know, Bun Bun. Also, congrats on getting gifted a sub. Enjoy the ad-free viewing for the next 30 days. Like, yeah, that's why this game is expensive, is because holy shit, it's beautiful. So the war is close to over.
Could you want?
I mean, I don't want to surrender to them. But if they give me this, I'll end fighting with them. They're losing their war support. So it's easier, potentially, for them to offer me surrender. But I'm going to try and take another one of their things first. Can I ransack these? Ransacking allows your army to destroy the target's resources. That's a lot of money. Shit. I kind of want to keep the resources though, because I want to take this tile. All right, let's upgrade you. Oopsies, that's not what I wanted to do. Ooh, what's this? Coal! Ooh. And now I have this tired army that I'm going to set to regroup. It was Goffer, not Goffer, who dropped the 5-pack of subs and you got caught. Trading Sage. Let's fight with you. Pretty easy win for us. Now you. You are intriguing. You're gonna run up there. That's my spy that I just built. What does this place need? A little bit of everything. What's cheap and not too costly for up here? You know, actually, let's make them a religious. Let's work on your religious site, or help work on the religious site for other areas. Because last I checked, yeah, we were losing some influence on our religion, which I don't really want to have happen. I like having religious dominance, so we're gonna try and maintain that. It's helping a lot of my stability right now. So they're gonna go sit right there and regroup. I mean, here's the thing, Axon. If you ever want to play a Space 4X game, I heavily recommend Endless Space 2. In fact, I would actually recommend Endless Space 2 with all of the expansion packs over this game right now, purely because it's not the best 4X game ever made, but holy shit, the lore, the story, the music, the art, all of that stuff, it is worth playing a full playthrough to completion on every single race in that game. It's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Religious community participation has been wanting for years. The emperor's cultural strength grows, and now is the right time to remove religious authority from political power. What? You should religion solely become a matter of personal faith, though does it still have a part of play in civic society? All right, so I actually can't afford either of these. I can't buy those civics, even though I have them. Also, chat investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. I could go siege this really easily. No, let's do that. Let's just assault. So they just have a shit ton of peasants. Let's put, let's swap you two, because you're injured. Let's put you up there. Put you up here. I'm immediately sieging another city. So I have to capture their flag. Where the fuck's their flag? There's their flag. Sure. They seem to have reinforcements underway. And I just straight up outrange them. Let's move these guys up. Let's get you up there, you out there. They already shot, so we'll let them sit. At least they're just peasants. Like, they have no army here right now. Oh, and hey, there's their reinforcements. Interesting. They killed one of my chariots. Those bastards. But next turn, we're just gonna pummel this. Man, there go both my chariots. I've done this very poorly. I can just kill them. Hopefully I can do the same to you. There we go. That's that dead. Let's run this unit back. If I move you here, you can hit them, but they can't hit a second time this turn. Let's move you up one and end the round. It's already fallen in our favor. I'm gonna need to back up this army though, because it's just the one stack of 7 now. Oh, rather 6 even. Oh wow, that was a really poor move by them. They ran all their dudes from over here in the open back in here, and I got free shots on all of them. That was really, really silly. Not exactly the wisest move I've seen the AI make all day. I'll put it that way. I'm just gonna let you guys sit there. You're gonna sit there. Then we just need to kill that squad, and then we win. They walk over here just to fight us, and we get a bunch of free shots. It's not even a fair fight. Ah. That's all the turn points we have for this turn, so we have to wait until the next actual world turn. Oh, hey, you guys want to talk to me
I bid
about
you
what?
greetings in the name of my proud people.
What do you want? Oh, you just changed to suspicious. Okay. All right, well, we will keep moving the spy up. But for now, we end the turn. And then we kill him. Then we win. So that's 2 cities I've captured. So I've got all of this zoning. All of it. And I also have this army down here that's just going to run up using their roads. Actually, you know what? Nah, never mind. We're going to turn around. We're going to attack these guys. Scratch that. And I'm going to retreat, because I just realized how big of a mistake that was. There's a bunch of armies in here, though. I'm not a fan of that. All right. Since there's so many armies right there, I'm going to cancel that and cancel that. You're 7 turns, eh? What is quick? You're quick. There's also a soldier down here, which I also don't like. Just pay to finish that hamlet. And queue up some more swordsmen. You down here. Oh, hey. What?
You've got some gall.
I'm not the Gauls, ma'am. We are definitely the Chinese. The Gauls died a long time ago. Okay, this is interesting. It says that the Mexicans have a special interest in this place. Maybe I should separate that out into its own city. So far, I would say this has been a pretty successful war, though. So, chat, now that you've seen it, what do you guys think of the combat? For those of you who'd never seen the combat in this game before. What can I do with you? Let's organize a feast for you guys. And I'm going to do the same with you. Also good wins, Axon Vinsati and Squug. Close to victory at war. Close to victory. They're about to lose their war support, and then all their soldiers will surrender. They do seem to be looping around behind me, though, and I'm not super fond of that. I think my soldiers versus their soldiers, I think I would just win. Like in an open battle. Cool, and I do actually have an army down here now. Okay, so they're ready to do a war resolution. Become my vassal. Surrendering empire will become the vassal of Zhao, abandoning their diplomatic independence. That's what I would like, but... So I can't force their surrender, unfortunately. I don't have enough points. So I could get this zone. But I don't quite have enough score to force them. Because my total war score right now is 229. So I can't actually force them to become my vassal yet. So I could keep fighting with them and force them to become my vassal. I could just force surrender right now without getting anything. Well, actually, that's not true. I would get what I would currently have. So now here's the question. Do I keep fighting? I think we keep fighting, right? Make them my vassal. I think that's what we do. Because they're losing their war support. Blood for the blood god. You know it. Plundered wages. On army, 50%, sure. Revoke paid wages and enact plundered wages. Army wages, you will not spread influence, and your ideological proximity with the Mongols will increase. Defy the foreign interference.
You're at the end of an ideology axis? Well, there's something to be said for unswerving dedication to a cause.
Landraiser is enabled on that city. Yep. So I actually have access to this city now. How about this one? No, I don't. I can see what their stability is, which is not great. Stability over here is pretty good, though. They have no food. They're all dying of starvation, but... Okay, well, do I want to move over there and fight with you, or nah? I'm just going to move you down to there for right now. Let them sit. You know, now I'm just kind of considering letting them surrender. The walking wounded. Wars. Many successful fought have been part of and parcel of the empire's recent history. Yet those same wars have traumatized many of your soldiers, both physically and mentally. Everything from shell shock to losing limbs has ailed these brave men and women, and they hide in the shadows, almost ashamed. Now some have begun to highlight their plight. Your lead will be vital. How should you treat these soldiers upon their return? I think celebrate, probably. We have lots of money. But rehabilitate's probably a better thing. And it gives me more science. The stability would have been nice, though. So am I forced into this? Right now? I think I have to force surrender. So I get 5,475. Okay, I think I have to force surrender.
You have my appreciation.
There we go. Fight's over. And I get the one spot up there that I wanted initially, and they get these back. Okay. I mean, if they don't leave my land, like, immediately, I'm gonna fucking kill them anyway. But now we have this zone up here. And they have that soldier unit that I'm not a fan of. Oh, this is a cute little town. Although this is a pretty valuable little fishing spot, I would say. Not sure what I should do with it. Let's just start up that plus ongoing money from trade. Let's just wait. Skip your turn. And you actually can stop working on that because I don't need it. Although this soldier needs to get the fuck out of here. It's a lot of stability we gain from this. Let's do that just for the net gain. I've never wished I were a fish. I too have seen the incredible tale of Mr. Limpet, though. Be careful what you wish for wishes can come true. Alright, so they seem to be leaving my land, which is good. Neil, thanks for the host. Considering we got all of this upper area, that's actually pretty good. I can also now send this boat this way, finally. It's going to take a while, but we can send them up this way and go explore that side now, finally. Now, are you going to get lost at sea? Don't know. Hope not. If I can get over that, we'll be safe. You know, I kind of want to queue up Machu Picchu. Must be built on a mountain. $124 turns. You can just skip. You can alert. And I will put all of my cities that I can on Machu Picchu. One thing I love about any 4X game, though, is time just flies by. New grievance available.
I am listening.
It's not from you.
You've got some gall.
I mean, we just won a war against you. Yeah, I'm gonna make a demand of
Pay
you.
up, else a great shadow will fall across your land.
Maggots.
Okay, so let's give that topside city in exchange for this. That's actually a good deal for me. I'm actually gonna take that.
So be it. We will meet your demands.
Question is, where is that? Because it should be this, right? So when do I get access to it? Let's just wait you. This city is in a fine spot. That's not what I wanted to click on. That's what I wanted to click on. 68 turns, hell yeah, it's a massive improvement. Research siege cannons. Okay, so I got this back. Screw that. I don't know why they didn't give that to me, or what button I needed to click to make them give that to me, but I would actually rather keep this zone. I think I know what I just did, but it's one of those still fiddling with UI things where it's like, I don't know if that did what I thought it was going to do. Meanwhile, we're sending this little boat down here. I was gonna say, I can't speak that. Peter, it's all good though. I'll be back in a sec, chat. I'm just gonna use the restroom real quick. All right, I return. Real tempted to just throw in a surprise war, but we'll see.
I bid you greetings in the name of my proud people.
I don't know what those guys want from me right about now, and I don't really like it. Because Mexico is spying on me. I don't know how I feel about that. Okay, so we finished. It gives us another city. Currently, I'm like under my city cap too. Let's actually go for steam engine. Because then we can start exploiting that coal that I have. There's also still a faction I haven't found yet, which I think is kind of crazy. It's actually kind of ridiculous that there's a whole faction I haven't found yet. That drops that down to 36 turns. That drops it down to 33. Let's keep you guys waiting. It's just like a military like stare down on that border. Surprised that hasn't given them a grievance. Civilization benefits from its proximity to others. Access to my silk was bought by Mexico. I guess that's why it's saying that there is a... Okay, that's interesting. I'm understanding what icons mean. At least I think I am understanding what icons mean. So let's run you down there. Got an idle city. Brought Machu Picchu down to 25 turns. A human animal. A hanimal. Your civilization grows. You must recognize that your cities are not simply engines of production. They are places people live and find community. With the commons now the bedrock of your empire's cities, you must decide what is your most important obligations to your citizens. We'll
A
stick
bit
on
of
this side.
flexibility and freedom is more than worth a bit of risk, right?
I still need the irreligion one. I am short quite a bit of influence to be able to do both of those. And now that brings Machu Picchu down to 19 turns, 17 turns, and my spy.
Can't do it.
We find out if they get to see or not.
Impractical, Captain. Impractical, Captain. Scan the horizon. It'll break the ship.
It'll break the ship is what that'll do, supposedly. Wait, what? Why do you have to go up and around?
Only with magic. Impossible.
Why is that how that works? I don't understand. Maybe it's all like high ground. Total atmosphere. Okay. Mexicans are the top polluter. Huh. So this is the pollution level. So this is something that we get to start watching now. Because this game already has like pollution and global warming in it, which is something that Civ didn't get until way late. So this is going to be kind of interesting, I think. Hey chat, can we get a couple beers? If you're listening to the stream, just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. I only just realized there's a giant freaking dragon right there. What do you know? Just curious about how many people are listening to the stream right now. Today is one of those days where it's like, I'm going to run into periods of time where it's like, am I muted? I'll check just to make sure I'm not. Although you need to throw that away. You're going to need... Actually, no, you're going to keep working on this, but... Going to need to throw that away so we can exploit that in a few turns. On and off what? That I'm muted? Uncharted lands. Or lurking on and off, because that makes sense.
Oh. I have a proposal for you.
The Aztecs still exist?
Now you have my attention.
Sure. But I'm a whole era ahead of you. You
You'll
get to
need
pay
to
me if you
offer
want to do
more.
that. You get to pay me. Ah. Oil. So you know how we were just at war with these blokes and then I decided to stop being at war? We're going to surprise war and actually invade them and just take over all of their shit and not give it back because I want that oil. I'm going to channel my inner Murikas pretty soon, I think. Speaking of oil. Oh, never mind. I have oil. Okay. Whew. We're safe-ish. Say fish, chat. Is there a reason why I can't do this? I'm very confused. Why are you guys all typing fish? I didn't say to type in the word fish. I just said say fish. Or say fish. I'm very funny. World of language. The world is becoming more concerned due to your empire's strength and prominence. Isolated pockets of the world have started using your language as a sort of unofficial lingua franca. People from every corner of the globe are learning to speak and argue and curse in your language. Amused, you order your staff to pay close attention to these developments. The strategist in you sees a way to turn this into an advantage. We can educate people to increase science. We could entertain people to get money. Or we could get faith. Let's just go for the science. Unclear, you are now a fish. Well, I mean, this seems ideal for your future prospects as a creature. I don't know actually where to go from there. Yeah, I don't understand this. How this is supposed to work. Unknown civilization now feels different about you. We fell out of first again. Converting them back. Can't even hold a fort for more than 8 hours, much less. I mean, it's been like 800 hours now on that one fort. Well, I'm glad that I can help. I mean, Quill 18 helped me learn a lot of games, so glad I can help others. Not that I'm particularly good at video games or anything.
What could you possibly...
Surprise war. This is what I can do.
Let's go!
It's like, what could you possibly do? Surprise war is what I could possibly do. How come they're all out of line of sight? I must be misunderstanding how line of sight works. Like, you'd think that would work, right? I think it's just these riflemen are just idiots. Is the actual problem. We haven't had this technology a very long time. We're a little bit inexperienced. Hoping that would kill them. Have you guys learned how to write coherent sentences since we last spoke? Florida men torment alligators, and when iguanas see that they feel sad, a snack. Please continue. All right. I don't know if I'd quite go that far about me. Nope, they have backup. That's unfortunate. Riflemen and chariots, a very classic military combination. That was very ineffective. Are you charging me with spears? Pikemen versus rifles, eh? Not much of a strategist myself, but I don't generally believe that that's, you know, particularly great battle strategy. So I could just kill them. We're just gonna hit them. Because that, right there, is their flag. So if I capture their flag, I win this.
Check range. Fire.
So we'll try and take out this dude here so that I can then run down here. Sit on their flag. Problem is they have a lot of chariots. Oh, I see. I'm spawning in more dudes from over here. Sure. You could just kill that, so let's do that. You can just kill that, so let's do that. You can just open fire as well. As long as we can hold this, we're pretty good. Rifleman in a chariot? I would pay to see that movie. Do have to keep spawning new units in, though. Let's bring that squad out. And this squad out. No matter who I attack, it's gonna kill this chariot. I think that this chariot is going to wait and probably die anyway. Yep. It's okay, my rifles are way stronger than their archers, so. Well, so that scout unit just ran in, slammed into my rifleman and just got insta-shot. Just fucking died. That's funny. Yeah, that just happened to that same chick. They're literally just like throwing their dudes into the meat grinder against me. Why would you do that? So now we can just shoot them. Let's move you out. I hate this spot. It's kind of infuriating, actually, because they can't walk up there, and it looks like they can, but they can't. So they need to get that tile back. You have to run out of bullets at some point? Well, they have to run out of arrows at some point. Problem is now I'm building a fucking wonder. So suddenly building a military is more difficult. Oh, victory. We captured their flag. All right, you just rest. So now we have this issue. I'm building the Machu Picchu. This is an issue. And the reason this is an issue is now all of my cities are working on building this wonder and not working on building military units. Which is suboptimal for going to war. So I gotta very much preserve all of the soldiers that I do have. They're about to attack me again, aren't they? Nope. Wow. Alright, well. I mean, I can wreck them. Theoretically. Let's end that deployment and fight. These guys are really, really, really good against chariots. Let's just charge you guys up. Let's bring in whatever we can get. There goes that unit. Start running these soldiers in. And end that round. I think instead of riflemen and chariot, we're going to skip that step and just jump straight to tanks. Losing some soldiers on either side of this, but let's run these soldiers up here. They can't move and attack just yet, but I can bring in another rifleman.
Moving heavy weaponry.
Yeah. Need to kill that unit. Let's move you guys back here. Move these riflemen over. Smack you. So if they try and attack him, they'll get free shots. End that combat round. Let's let the fights go. And we won. It is grinding my army down quite a bit, though. Right, these guys, you guys need to run up here. Next turn, I suppose. I don't really understand how those boats work. You're gonna stay stationed. Let's try and get more. Let's just instant resolution that. We get the victory. We lose nothing. Seems ideal.
Speak and make it fast.
Their war support's pretty shit. I would like this. You give me that, I will let you go. I'm real tempted to start running in there and just destroying their resources. But right now I'm just kind of holding them at the border. So that theoretically... I can... That's not what I want to do.
You now have a city of 10 territories. That tiny first settlement is nothing but a distant memory.
Yes, that is how 4X games work, Mr. Narrator. Out of curiosity, Haz, because I know that you're a Heroes of Might and Magic person, are you at all interested in Songs of Conquest? Because now that's a game that, unlike this game, which I'm like, I'm passively interested, I'll play a few games, I'm very interested in Songs of Conquest. And we have the Machu Picchu done in 7 turns, which is going to be helpful. Can I just buy it, actually? No. God damn it. Get Flintlock. Let's do that, actually. Makes my luxury resources more effective, or the buildings that I build for them more effective. I have no idea how to make landfall on that with a unit. You know what, let's just try using this spy over here instead. On your wish list, gotcha. Uh-oh, that's a pretty big army. Looks like we have a pretty good advantage against them, though. Ah. But of course, there's people I cannot see. Victory. Sweet. I'll just roll with that. An Era Star unlocked for getting another Militarist Star. Those pretty heavy losses, though.
You should listen to this.
You want to trade with me?
I must give this some thought.
Pay me.
You'll need...
Then no. They seem to, yeah. It's very similar to, like, Total War when you do the auto battles. Where it's like, do I want to, like, maintain all these, or do I want to retire some of these soldiers anyway? In my current spot, I kind of just want to retire some of them anyway, because I'm going to be building new soldiers when Machu Picchu's done. So I'm not too worried. Besides, I'm still literally a whole era ahead of these guys that I'm at war with, so. There's another army down there. Acceptable losses. I don't know about that necessarily. That might even be a stretch. Losses, maybe not necessarily acceptable.
Ready? March. All together now.
Like, see, they have that other unit down there, but pretty sure we'd just demolish these guys right now in a fight. Yeah, we'd demolish them. Just want Machu Picchu to be done, and then my whole economy turns on again. I mean, right now I'm so far ahead of this Civ, I don't really care all that much, but on a base level, I would certainly agree. Oh, really? They're just gonna run away? I don't want them to go sacking my stuff. That's my... That felt like 2 turns worth of running. What the fuck? Sure it wasn't, but it certainly felt like it. Night Stalker. After having a metropolitan strolls across the landscape and the vast working population waded into every pocket of the space and industrial shanties, the market side slums, and every day many of its citizens travel far and wide and sometimes find themselves lost in the wrong part of town. Perfect hunting grounds for a murderer. Now, one stalks the night. 13 victims struck down over the last 3 months, and the citizens are terrified. I will pay to fix that.
Reaching the end
It's
of
cheap.
an ideology axis isn't extremist.
That is the
Think
4th
of it
time
as
you've
being
said this line
focused,
today.
Yes? Very goal-oriented.
The lines repeat too much.
12 scientist stars provide a perfect balance. You can both study and collect stars at the same time.
I mean, we are kind of focused on science games, so yes, accurate. Why can't I fight them from up here? I want to fight them. Mongols have kept their traditions. Okay, Mongols are still Mongols. Build the luxury factories. But yeah, no, at this point, I'm honestly just kind of screwing around in this run because I feel like the difficulty is way too low for me. So I'm just kind of like building tall and not worrying too much. Just kind of having fun. Very, 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 very science oriented. It's like where all my tech went is into science. This is the first era I've played where I've suddenly started being like, nah, actually, we're gonna focus on this is the first time in the entire game I've actually been at war with somebody, so. Fun's not allowed. Yeah, well, we know that. Fun is strictly against the rules, sir. I don't believe I've actually canceled a civic yet. Also, game, you just reminded me that I need to check my civics. If I can remember how to get to that screen. That's the actual question here. Can I remember how to get to that screen? There we go.
This looks lovely on paper. Let's see how it goes in practice.
Interesting. Also, chat investments are open. Heads up. Well, we'd still win that fight. So there is that. That extra city cap is always like, especially at this point, it's like, how the heck do I get more cities? Like, I guess I could make one of my districts into a city, but do I really benefit much from that? Extra worker slots? Ooh. I think we're gonna grab that for the city cap. Just because, you know, more options is good. A new wonder can be claimed. Fancy that.
Machu Picchu could be described as an imperial center for an empire that cares deeply about agriculture and has no fear of heights.
Well, it's a big ass thing on a mountaintop. Look at that! Machu Picchu, I swear. It's a split image. It looks identical. Actually, you know what that looks like? It looks like a map from that game Islanders. Have you ever played Islanders? That's what that looks like to me. I lost population in most of my cities. Building that. Now it's time for war, pretty much. It's like, we finished building Machu Picchu. All right, now we can go fuck them up. I feel like I should claim the Eiffel Tower. Just so that, you know, I can be China, but also France. These all feel about the same. Okay, that one gives a lot. Extra industry for population. That's more science-oriented. I think I'm going to claim Big Ben. We'll see when we see it, Haas. Thanks for hanging out. They'll have a much higher food demand than aid cities. I think it's because it's like, well, either they need to produce their food themselves or they all produce food together. So it makes sense why a single megacity would have a higher population overall and thus require more resources. I haven't done a lot of that merging cities stuff, though. Holy shit, he accepted it. The Aztecs signed my treaty in exchange for some money. Selling them incense. Enjoy the incense, I suppose.
Look at what a competing empire has accomplished. A gasp of wonder, a cry of astonishment, and perhaps a pang of jealousy.
Well, now it's time to, like, save the food problems here. I can just buy the grain silos? It's 17 turns. I think I'm going to do that. Just save me the headache. We'll have a feast. No, I'm talking about, like, not strictly mechanically, Harglin. I'm talking about how that would make sense in the real world. Apologies if that wasn't clear. But it does make sense in scaling if you just have, like, the scale of a city is not, like, a flat line, right? Like, the difference between having a family and a house on a lot and a 15-story high-rise on the same size lot is not a flat scale. So, mechanically makes sense to me because that's how it works in real life. If you have a lot of people condensed into a small space, you need exponentially more food instead of a flat line of more food increasing over time, right? It's like people aren't just, you have 2 people in a room, then you have 4 people in a room, then you have 8 people in a room, then you have 16 people in a room. It's 2 people in a room, 4 people in a room, 12 people in a room, 24 people in a room, 256 people in a room. You know what I mean? So to me, it would make sense why that would be the case. Yep, it would lead to more food waste. It would lead to more carelessness overall. You know, it's real life. That's why people do this shit for a living. Meanwhile, I'm just in the industrial era, so. Oh, hey, I'm back in first. Did you look at that? It's probably because of all my war score. And also because I finished building Machu Picchu, which is always going to be a funny sentence to say out loud. All right, what do you blokes need over here? We have one of those. Plenty of stability. I kind of want to make granaries, but they take so long because I don't have enough industry. Some kind of high furnace. Gotta rebuild all of these manufactories. Frickin' train station, excuse me? The heck does a frickin' train station do? Generates rails towards neighboring train station. Rails allow to travel instantly from train station to another spot at the cost of less move. Oh, interesting. Cool. All right. Just gonna let you guys keep waiting. It's already a district. It's an artisan's quarter. Building a new incense manufactory will wreck that. Yes. With those good smells? I'm sorry, what? What are we on about? Picture point? Now, I wonder if I can teleport across oceans with train stations. My knee-jerk reaction is doubtful, but I'm also kind of hopeful. Let's see. We can build a boat. That's a lot of turns. Fuck that noise. You guys need to be absorbed. Huh. Oh, the incense factory. Oh, okay. Nothing here is worth all the time. Jesus. I'm just going to queue that up. I don't want to be at war anymore, but they're almost like ready to surrender, so hopefully that stays a thing. Ay ay ay. I'm going to retreat from that. You guys can skip, because we're just kind of like at a stalemate with these guys. Well, maybe not. They backed up. Well, at least it's an incense factory and not an insensitive factory, you know? I can't retreat. Well, we know how that's going to go. I feel like you guys need a feast. I'm just like organizing feasts and we're technically at war, although it's kind of a stalemate-y war. Not a ton going on. These guys were Maya for forever, now they're the Mughals. Alright, apparently I'm a traitor. While having a badge owner in the game having war support while destroying an enemy district based on the level of the badge. Huh. Alright. Game looks colorful, hardly derp. It is very colorful. This game's art is really good. Is the only way I can really describe it. The art is very good. But then again, it's an amplitude game, so I kind of expect that. So it doesn't like impress me as much with amplitude games. Just because the art in these games is usually so freaking good. It's like they're just tempting me to do that. I want to attack them from the top of this hill. I don't want to fight them head on.
You have my ear.
These guys really like me. Which is weird. Because they're like technically the liege of these guys. They're technically the liege of these guys. Wait, what? Huh. Is Mexico invading the back of green? I think they might be.
Position the batteries.
All right, well, everything down here seems pretty fucking peachy, so that's brilliant. Let's build a railway. That's something I'm going to just start doing. Just building a bunch of railways. But yeah, no, the nice thing about this game is it's on Xbox Game Pass for PC. So if you have Game Pass, you can just play this game, give it a trot. I'm actually thinking about playing another Game Pass game tonight. I'm debating on it. It's 12 minutes is the game that I kind of would like to play. Just looks like something I would enjoy, even though it's turning out to be a bit of a controversial release.
They're efficient and ecological,
What?
if a bit noisy. It'll be a bit more acceptable when they go electric.
Why did I lose a population over here? Is it just because we're maxed out? I think it's just because we're maxed out. I think we'll do that next. About 12 minutes? I mean, I haven't been spoiled on any story stuff, but it's exceptionally violent. And supposedly the story goes in some weird directions at the end, but I think that might make it fun. Just gonna retreat from that, because that's not a winning fight for us. It's like a detective? It's an adventure point and click in a Groundhog Day situation where time repeats. I don't know if you'd call it a detective game per se. Not really solving a crime. Maybe detective in that you're trying to figure out the puzzles of what happened like any other adventure game. I don't know if I'd necessarily call it a detective game. They really need a feast down here. Aztecs bought my pearls for a bunch of money. The Aztecs finally forgave a grievance. And they feel differently about me. I mean, you're a freaking vassal. They're pleasant. Lovely. It's amazing what giving me money so that you can buy my pearls gives you, right? Giving me your money makes everybody happier, right? Okay, I'm very confused about how iron works. Because I have this iron mine. Where's my copper mine? Where's my iron mine? I have an iron mine, but supposedly it's not producing any iron. And I thought that it was. Where'd it go? There it is. It's right there. Especially considering I can't upgrade it in any way. How many are needed to be built? I need 2. Oh, is that what that is? Those don't... Okay, never mind. I think I get what you're saying. So that means I need another iron mine then in that case. I was buying iron earlier and then that got canceled, so maybe that's what's confusing me.
Come to me with a proposition. Let us see what is possible.
Yeah. Literally nobody has iron. And that's copper. That up there is oil. I was talking to somebody in chat the other day who was playing this and managed to get to endgame, and there was only a single... Your spooky eyes out of there. There was only a single oil deposit on the entire map, and it was very deep in enemy territory, and they're like, how the fuck am I supposed to get this? Which I think is kind of amazing, but also is like questionable map generation, I suppose. All right, well, you guys wait there. You guys go join them. Be America? I mean, sure, that's great, but if you're playing like I am in this one, or like they were, when you're very tech heavy and not very militaristic, it's kind of difficult to shift suddenly. So it's not just that easy, unfortunately. Let's make some more food production down here.
You should listen to this.
You want non-aggression, eh?
This requires thought.
No. Not giving you a non-aggression pact. No guarantees for that, sir. I'm still in first. Although I'm kind of trying to be America right now in the invading of this because I want that oil patch up there. Overseas interests. An era of grand commerce is upon your empire. Trade routes riddle the land with wars fashioned in one corner, destined for markets on the other. Yet, it is not overland that goods find customers. Now, merchants and companies cross entire oceans to link markets and make handsome profits. How do you wish to respond to this growing power? Nationalize. Accept it. Let's nationalize. Only a couple more population, then we get another star.
Sovereign, how can I help you?
I like how now they're just afraid of me. That's funny. She's gone from like jealous to pissed off to friendly to afraid. It's very mixed emotions. I would like to trade everything. But actually sign over. Let me show you something. How the fuck do I get this? Yeah. If I go all the way to the end of the tech tree, military laser. You can make a giant death laser. I want to see that fire. And this is like 1,000 years after nuclear bombs. So, yeah. Oh, I know, Mr. Hilligan. I know. I'm not worried about long term. I'm just worried about right now. You know? Hammer of Dawn versus ICBMs. Uh-huh. Well, I mean, I'm not going to hit that anytime soon, so. I think we're around halfway through the game. It's hard to tell. The game slowed down a bunch when I started shooting things. We're almost at the last era. I only need a few more. I just need another. I need to fill up this star bar up here, and then we'll get to the last era. At which point I might change from like just classical Chinese to something else.
I'm listening.
What? You had a thingy next to your name. Oh, yeah, it's because you're still just mad at me. That's fine. If you're concerned with climate, there's also nuclear bombs, dude. There's like nuclear bombs and aircraft carriers and shit. But I don't know. I like, hold on. Just let me look at this. Let's see. Computing, rocket science, fighter jets, the internet. What else do we have? Aerial warfare, continuous train tracks, amphibious warfare, which gets me like landing crafts and battleships and yeah, no, there you go. There's your nuclear power. Uranium radio stoppers, nuclear submarines, fusion reactors. Yeah, no, there's all kinds of shit. I mean, right now pollution's starting, and it's mostly Mexico's fault. 1,745 pollution from the Mexicans. They're the top polluter. They finally won their religious dominance, which is a little bit annoying. What are they going through? Or you mean too much just raising of cattle to increase gas emissions? How much do I actually give a shit about this war?
You've got some gall.
Like I said, lady, last time you said that, I'm not the Gauls. Sheesh. I'm also not a gull. Can I research cow fart collectors? Now, you see, now that I can neither confirm nor deny on the existence of cow fart collectors. I kind of want to just build Big Ben. Like, fuck this war. I'm just going to start building Big Ben. We'll finish all of our feasts and then build another wonder. A zero-sum trade system. This maximizes a nation's exports and at the expense of other nations and one's colonies. I'm building your damn bell tower, yeah. Isn't the tower... Because the bell itself is Big Ben, right? And then the tower is something else. Did you just Google cow fart collector? Oh, boy. Oh, boy. That's a rabbit hole, my dude. One that should be avoided as far as I'm concerned. Flintlock rifles, eh? I don't actually have enough bullets to be able to use any of that shit, though. Want to know what that unknown resource is going to be. Posted art. I suppose I have to look at art. Desk looks like art. Is that a bunny? Looks like a bunny. Excuse me, sus? Why the fuck? Who gave you permission to become a different religion? Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on a second. Not be accessed because there are no other religions you may be converted to that you know of. But wait a second. Like 2 turns ago, this was all blue. Yeah, who gave you permission? No, it's just suddenly everybody's a different religion. What the fuck happened? Something's going on, and I don't like it.
A dark day, if I may say so. Now that you are no longer one of the 3 most renowned empires.
That's not true at all, sir. We're number 2. You dickbag. What the absolute fuck happened? Don't get it.
You've got some gall.
You know, I'm not gonna lie. I kind of feel bad for this lady. Yeah, I'm very perplexed by that. Why the heck did I suddenly convert to not my religion? Current state religion with atheism. Da, 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 da. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I don't know. Not sure what I did wrong, but... Oh no, we're losing this war. Alright, well, time to go invade people, I suppose. Gotta increase my war support. Otherwise, we're actually gonna lose this war. Guess they don't like being in a Cold War for very long. Though they have been a part of your empire for generations, the people of Agra have their own distinct culture and traditions. A fact that over the years has sparked with both celebration and dissonance. Recently, some of the city's more educated have begun speaking out in favor of a representative government. Modern times have brought a hunger for new ideas and leadership, and some of the most brazen descendants of even label you as a colonist. How preposterous. Who has purposefully kept their people oppressed? How will you respond? I mean, to be fair, I did invade them. Well, I didn't invade them. I threw money at them until they gave in to being friends with me. Science. Take my money.
You're at the end of an ideology axis? Well, there's something to be said for unswerving dedication to
He's
a
been
cause.
He's been like re-saying the same lines over and over, and it's getting a little annoying. Let's work on that. Let's work on that. Apparently it used to just be called Clock Tower. I mean, I'm sure you could probably still call Big Ben Clock Tower and no one would sue you. Need to retreat that again. All right, so here's what I need to do. Here is what I need to do. I need to remove this. Yeah, and just bring in military.
What is a man to do?
Now that I will accept.
This proposal stinks, but okay.
I'm gonna buy
This
your
is
iron.
fantastic.
Big thank you, Aztecs. Aztecs in the modern era. Who would have thunk it? Now I have your iron. Meaning, I can actually upgrade my units. Hallelujah! I can upgrade my fucking units. It's about goddamn time. Everything has changed now that we have swords. Excellent. God, I'm so fucking happy. Can't even. All right. You start helping with this shit. Get it done. Yeah, it's like we're playing Dwarf Fortress again, Diamond. Iron good indeed. How's our war support doing?
You are as welcome as the plague.
That's okay. I will not lose this war. Next turn we will invade. So we'll skip your turn and wait. Losing population over here? That's okay. Very small. Only slight situation of mass starvation going on over there. That's fine.
For your country!
Manual battle. I'm going to put as many of the riflemen over here as I can, especially the upgraded ones. Let's not put the horses there. Swap the horses with you. Swap you. Put you up there. And you there. All right, chat. Wish me luck. Time to play capture the flag with guns. Of course you can play PvP. There's multiple streams of people playing this in PvP. Supposedly it works quite well as well.
Have at them.
Have at 'em. Kind of hoping I could hit them. Let's move you up here. Let's move you up there. Oh, you've already moved. Let's move you up here then. Move you up there, and we'll move you inside next turn. But yeah, no, I think we're still kind of planning on doing some Halcyon PvP in this. We'll see if that ends up happening, but I would like it to happen because I think that would be fun. I don't know if we'll all stream it necessarily, but I'd love to see that happen. Because I know Kiri is going to be playing a ton of this over the next year. I'll probably play a decent amount of it as well. Ooh, that's kind of tough. It's okay, these guys are better. We are softening them up. That's a nice hit. We'll take that. Just remove them, and then I think we'll take their spot from here. Jump this. Smack him to death. Let's move you guys over there. Bring you guys up here and jump you guys over there. Move you up there. Yeah, I think we're gonna win this unless they bring in a shit ton of reinforcements out of fucking nowhere. Oh, of course it'd be a slow game. Of course it would be a slow game. Dude, it's a fucking 4X. What do you expect it to be, quick and snappy? Nah, mate, this is a sipping your tea kind of game. Although I'm pretty sure they have online settings where things move faster. Then, okay, here's the thing. If you're expecting this to not be slow in multiplayer, you're playing the wrong type of game. Like, people who play, like, Civ competitively, those games frequently take upwards of days. Like, Civ free-for-all matches are, like, 18 hours. Like, those are not quick games. And if you're playing them hoping for quick games, like I said a minute ago, you're playing the wrong type of game. This one dude just killed 3 people. Hell yeah. And we won. And I've captured this back. You want to surrender now? No? Okay. Fine. Don't. What do you want? I mean, you sold me your irons, so...
What concerns you today?
Nothing. You're hesitant towards me. Is that because I'm invading people?
Stay together. Move it.
I don't know. It's like playing like a game, an endless run of a video game and expecting it to be quick. Now, the real question that I have is, does this game have play by email functionality so I could play it against my dad? I really want to reinstall Civ 2 and play that by email with my dad again, because I miss playing strategy games by email with my dad. We used to do that years ago, and I miss that shit. That shit was too much fun. All right, we're going to try and get this and hold this. Make a house of scribes and a library. Actually, no, let's not do either of those, because we desperately need food. Well, actually, I mean, let's do that, spend population on it and recover the food. The best correspondence with games was trash talks when you get a random text. What the fuck was that skin about? Where are you putting that shit? Well, you know what game supports play by email still? Is the Steam version of Ticket to Ride supports play by email. I mean, of course chess does, but... All right, let's work on the bloody bell tower. You are just going to rest. You guys are just going to wait. Mexicans chose a new culture. They're now Brazil. Mexico became Brazil, chat. This is very historically accurate. I am being plundered. Wait, what?
A first ransack.
Excuse me.
See the sights. appreciate the local culture, and take anything that's not nailed down.
There are mercenaries ransacking my shit. The fuck, mate? What year is it? And you're sending mercenaries at me? Viva Brazil, I suppose, yeah. Huh. Well, not a ton I can do. Not currently. Not if we want to get Big Ben done in a reasonable amount of time. Apparently, yeah. They switched from Spanish to Portuguese. You know, I kind of wish that this game didn't do the real life civilizations. I kind of wish that it was more Stellaris, you know, where you just like select like attributes and then you name it instead of like the way this works where it's like, oh, you get to be this group of people or this group of people.
And make it fast.
You still don't want to surrender. My war support gained a little bit. Theirs just like completely dropped. Everybody's interested. The Aztecs are watching this, and so is the Brazilians. Why that tile specifically, though, I wonder? Ah, it's because of the silk, right.
Make me a better offer and see what happens.
Well, they gave me money to trade everything.
Glorious! Glorious! Let it be so.
Tremendous!
Went to the sphere of Brazilian influence in 10 turns. Well then. You know, if this game ends with me just becoming Brazilian, it wouldn't entirely surprise me. Abso-fucking-lutely not. I will not give you open borders. The hell, mate? No, it's just the real world names. It's silly to me. It just takes me out of it. You know, like, oh, Mexico became Brazil doesn't make any sense to me. You know, whereas like saying, oh, this. I'm trying to think about how I would word it, and I'm terrible at this sort of thing. But like, this ethnicity with this religion became this leaning politically, or now has this trait. Does that make sense? So it's like, oh, this leaning group of people from this part of the world are now more capitalistic kind of deal. Or, like, I wish it was just more strict, like, mechanical traits versus just the names. Because, like, it feels weird, that's all. Yeah, it doesn't feel natural. It's like, well, you know, there's no point where people just roll over and be like, I'm gonna be Scotland now. You know, like, that doesn't happen. Like, sorry, you're in the wrong part of the world. It's like, you're in the middle of fucking Africa. What the hell? I mean, at the very least, like, going from Babylon to Brazil, like, that's a bit of a shift, but, like, going from Mexico to Brazilian is just weird. And kind of just makes no sense. But, I mean, it's fine. It's fine, I suppose. Alright, so I guess technically we should just start making soldiers down here. But we'll let them continue getting ransacked, I guess. If they actually attack the city, we'll win, so that's what matters. What was that? Oh, I see. They jumped over there. Close to victory! Yay! So is that they give us Tikal? Or is that me giving them that back? So I think me clicking this means they will give me that. Plus they will give me my demand. I think that's how that works. Plus 400 in pays. Because, like, my dudes are very unhappy with the war anyway, so... I think that's how that works. If that doesn't work, I'm going to save scum it back.
See? You can behave.
Yeah, okay. So now we have this and this down here. Although it's going to take us a minute to make them happy with us. There has been an unsettling turbulence in the weather in recent years. Seasons seem less reliable. There's no way in fucking hell we would have realized this so early. Seasons seem less reliable as they once did, and though scorned by many of their peers, the preeminent scientists argue that emissions of increasing industrializations are causing the planet's temperature to rise, and in turn, its climate to grow less predictable. They claim the disruption will grow far more severe if rapid action is not taken. We can investigate it, which gets me lots of science and costs money. I can ignore it and get industry, or we can act, which costs me science. I have science, so I'm going to act on that.
What concerns you today?
Nothing. I was just wondering why you had a little thingy above your head.
I'm listening.
That's fine. I'm already buying your iron. All right, these people seem surprisingly happy considering I'm still sort of occupying them. So let's get you helping us with Big Ben then. Actually, no, let's not do that because that's not going to speed up Big Ben much. What can I get you to do? What do we need? Like a coal mine? Yeah, let's just build that coal mine and then we'll... Actually, no, fuck it. Let's just buy the coal mine. So we bought the coal mine. Let's get you a fishing industry. Do I need both of you? Let's disband you. Which apparently got me an Aristar. Yeah, for getting the population back. Didn't even think about that. All right. Now I still have these guys, which I'm keeping. And we now have this mine, which is helpful. It's kind of funny. I like that my wall goes right up against their wall right there. That's funny. Or at least I think it's kind of funny. All right, so this group down here needs to be connected to something. Cost stability. We can afford it. One of the expansionist stars has been earned. It's a lot of stars all at once. So that's something that we don't know yet, but there is an unknown resource there. Let's see if that speeds up the construction of our stupid clock tower. Not by much, but a little bit. I would say we are doing pretty okay right now. Considering we're not in first anymore. But we are doing our bestest to catch up. I mean, they're still only in early modern. I'm only one era behind, and we're not that many stars behind, so... And then you can start working on this again now that we're done with that, bringing the dumb clock tower down. I mean, we've lost the religious battle at this point, which is kind of a pity, but... Although, ironically, it's like a very lesser faction now that controls the religion, which is interesting. You don't have the attention span to keep a game running for that long. You would start a new map every day and never finish a game. Have you ever tried cranking the game speed up? Because you can do that. You can make everything in a 4x take less time. Personally, I quite enjoy the long period of time that a 4x takes.
What could you want?
She really likes me, as you can tell. We're good friends. I don't really want to go back to war with them right now, though. At least not until I get, like, this shit dealt with. Hey, Falafel. The Germa stream was insane. Did I miss something? What are we talking about?
What concerns you today?
I want to buy all of your iron is what I want to do. Saltpeter. Don't think I need another iron right now. But yeah, I'm not entirely certain what you're referencing. Falafel. So care to elaborate? Question mark. There we go. Next time we fight, we can actually bring in mortars. Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, first off, I have no idea what you're talking about. Second off, that sounds like the last thing I'd want to watch. Why, how, in what world is that relevant to this stream right now? I'm just confused as to why we're talking about this, I guess. What? I mean, of course they're interested in my bullets. Let's move you. You can stop making those. I'd rather keep the population and start working on our dumb clock tower. Investments, urban heads up, chat. Order made. The thriving city of Haojiang's whole hierarchies of power has sprung up as commerce and commons grow in importance. Now is the time to make a choice over who they may rise to the most influential positions of the empire. A seat on the small council. Do you want the lucrative steadiness of bloodlines or the inner strength of those who rise to their own merit? Combat strength on militia or money? I'm gonna go with combat strength on militia.
How far can you trust a leader whose primary concern is their family, not their people?
Good question. You know, actually, I think I'm actually going to plop you down here. That's a lot of pollution from Brazil. A lot of pollution. That is such an unclear piece of UX. Okay. There's like no feedback to show that you've clicked on a thing. pollution, some sort of global effect. I'm not entirely certain. Like here, and this is going to be my response to almost everything that you ask of this sort, Diamond. You got to remember, this is my first game. I'm not entirely sure. Like, of course, I could go staring at the tech tree, but that's no fun. I like being surprised by things. I'm actually not totally sure. I'm assuming it's like a death counter, because that's what it looks like. But it's only at level 0. So... But I have a feeling that's going to accelerate. So this is getting ransacked by these fucking pirates down here. Yeah, let's just start helping with the big city. Bring it down, with the big tower. Let's bring it down to 25. I'm probably focusing way too much on wonders, but... Scientific method researched. Now plant fertilizer. Yep, I know that you can plant forests. Yeah, that is your one real fight back against it. I just don't know what the actual problems with ignoring it is. I'm assuming like logical ones. You know, it's a game that only one 4X I've ever played has done that nothing else has ever done, but it was also unfortunately the only interesting mechanic in that game, was At the Gates. Mr. Schaefer's At the Gates. It's just called At the Gates. But it had this mechanic where seasonally everything would flood. And I miss that so much in every other 4X I've played since. It was so fucking cool. It's like, oh, a big weather system comes in and now suddenly like a third of the map is just like not traversable. Froggy, what up, dude? Unfortunately, literally the rest of that game was terrible. Everything in that game was not brilliant.
You should listen to this.
Oh, I see what you're sending me. Non-aggression pact? I mean, as long as you're not asking for open borders, I'll consider it. Although I think I'm just going to leave that unrefused for right now. Civ has that if you buy that expansion pack. There's an expansion pack in Civ that does that, basically. There's still a faction I haven't found yet. Although, from what I can tell, they're in 5th. So, I'm not too worried about them. They're probably just vassalized somewhere. I've heard the word chemtrails twice today, and I've already lost some brain cells. Thanks, chat. You'd love a conspiracy theorist strategy game? I'm pretty sure that you could probably do that with a Plague Inc. mod. Could probably do that as a Plague Inc. mod. Man, I kind of just want to surprise war these guys.
Change, even leaders and empires. I have a proposal for you.
Well, this is interesting.
Huh. I never feel okay about open borders.
You thought I would buy this? Get out of my sight.
Ooh, no, he's got a crisis. Oh, no, he doesn't. Why did it tell me that you had a crisis if you didn't have a crisis? Sheesh. What's up, Angry Ram? Ow, my brain. Well, I mean, you are a frog, Froggy. The soundtrack to every game by Amplitude's amazing. I would buy this soundtrack if they put it on vinyl. Diversity of voices. One party state or a democratic republic. This seems better in literally every regard.
Are occasional bouts of chaos a small price to pay for liberty, free speech, and opportunity?
Small bouts of occasional chaos? Is that what he said? Small bouts of occasional chaos, yeah? There's 2 more stars that we'll get soon. We could get a star by destroying military units. I'm just like going around and destroying military units. I definitely don't need these dudes. Oh, I see. Destroying enemy military units, not disbanding my own. I'm not sure. It's kind of an ambiguous announcer, so who the fuck knows? Alright, well, we'll move on to the final era in a minute. A couple more turns. Ghanaians have reached the early modern era, and they've become Poland. Alright. I'm sorry, why are you guys moving? You're supposed to stay up there. What the fuck? Obligations of the state. Rights of the people are now enshrined. Blah, blah, blah. Close that. Are now enshrined in the fundamental principles of your government. But the matter of who exactly constitutes the people is still to be addressed. Are all or only some to be considered citizens? Nuclear weapons? There's giant death ray lasers. And also orbital bombardments. Nuclear submarines. Universal citizenship. Everyone's entitled to become a full citizen. That's a massive amount of stability. I think I'm going to go with that.
It seems logical that citizenship starts with where you live and pay taxes.
I don't know, like, here's the thing, though. If that's what you're super excited for, Diamond, I tend to play a lot of games the way I play Long Death. So, like, if I can win with science, I will do that. Let's work on that next. Like, quite literally, if I can go an entire 4X game without killing a unit, I will do it. Only if I really need to go to war will I. I don't think that's a mechanic, though, Froggy. Nuke are made by science. Yeah, but science just win without nuke. If you can win without nuke, that's much more interesting to me. Otherwise, it's just like enacting reality, and that's fucking boring. Go play Hearts of Iron if that's all you want to do. I have a grievance. You're oppressing my people.
Your borders need redrawing, and I will do it.
Give me more land, you twats. She just called me a maggot. She just called me a maggot. Share maps. I'll take that if you pay me.
Any human-built wonder is an impressive feat of design and construction.
Glorious! Glorious! Let it be so.
Well, I'm now sharing maps. Hey, I know where these guys are now. Cool. All right. Discovered some things. I'm now sharing maps with Brazil.
Look at what a competing empire has accomplished. A gasp
no wonder
of
I never
wonder,
found these guys.
A cry of astonishment, and perhaps a pang of jealousy.
Well, no longer need to be exploring. Look at that. So blue's me. Pink is Brazil. The only people that are really competing with me. Or actually ahead of me in score by like 10 points right now. Green is the vassal of Poland, which are the vassal, or no, sorry. These guys are the vassal of...
Greetings.
There's a
Sovereign.
Mongol Empire here?
Do you too believe that there is no limit to how high humanity might...
Anyway, these guys are the vassal of these guys. So these two are basically, green and orange are basically the same. I mean, they're not going to give me what they want to give me, but the longer that sits, the longer I get war support, so. So now, like, my war support is growing because I have a demand and they haven't given it to me. Formerly known as Mexico, yeah. Formerly known as Babylon. Just wait until I move into the next era and then, like, we could just become America or something. China, ancient China, becomes America overnight. We could probably do that, actually. I don't think anybody's claimed that yet. Yeah, we're going to get those stars pretty soon, too. So let's just finish up the Big Ben. You want to trade? Oh, you want a non-aggression pact. I mean, pay me. No? Okay. I feel like there isn't much that I can do with influence, or maybe I'm like missing something. Aside from like melding cities together, I feel like I'm missing stuff. I have a labor charter. Canceling civics is cheaper. I'm selling stuff to the Brazilians.
Even if it's not yours, any human-built wonder is an impressive feat of design and construction. Makes me wish I'd done it.
Oh, geez, wait, what? Hold on a second. Did you bastards actually fucking do it? They actually gave me land that I demanded. What the fuck? Holy shit. My god. Those mad lads, they actually fucking did it. Literally, like 200 years of me yelling, give me free shit for existing. They finally fucking did it. I only had to go to war twice. Wow. They actually gave me land. Those morons. Now I can finally invade them and just take over this entire fucking continent. Excellent. This is sending the wrong message. I mean, on the topic of sending the wrong message and harassment works, look at every single Harvest Moon game. How do you get laid in Harvest Moon? You stare at their homes until you figure out what they like, and then you give them that thing until they fuck you. Anyway, now they can help me build Big Ben, although they don't actually speed that up at all, so. What do you actually need? Everything. Okay, noted. You know what, fuck it, just help me build Big Ben, and we'll worry about that later. To be clear, everything that I'm saying is with a grin on my face and the utmost of sarcasm. Please don't take anything I've said in the last 2 minutes seriously. It only took 200 years and 2 wars. Oh, and then they finally gave me free shit. For the longest time, Takal has faithfully served as the breadbasket of the Empire. Its rich farmland is a source of envy in other territories. And people of the region, however, have often been called idle and accused of neglect or worse. Now, though, a zoologist has identified a parasite thought to be responsible for what many thought a character of defeat. Anaclostoma? What? Duolande, aka the common hookworm. The region's reputation for lethargic, exhausted workers with disdained bellies and emaciated shoulder blades, angel wings, is clear. What will you do? Educate, get stability, treat them and get more food. I think actually food is what I need, because I keep working on all these fucking wonders.
Ideology axis isn't extremist. Think of it as being focused.
I
yes?
can't count the
Very
number of times
go
he's
on.
said that line. I might actually turn the announcer off pretty soon because he keeps saying the same shit. Yay, we got another Air Star, and we're very close to a few more. You know, welcome back, Bastet. Now you want a non-aggression pact. That I'm just going to refuse.
How could you think the answer would be yes?
Just because you gave me your city doesn't mean I'm going to give you a non-aggression pact, lady. Come on, please. Although, joking aside, as awful as things like harassment is, unfortunately it does work, and that's why as humans we've harassed and beaten and pissed off people and our own kind time and time again, because unfortunately one of the best ways to get what you want is just beat it out of the person. You have people coming over. You have a good night. Cheers, audio. We'll see you tomorrow, maybe. Peace, dude. The inhabitants of Lakamba are tired. In perennial chaos that comes with the lack of official city administration. I mean, they only just appeared, so. Daily life is difficult without clear leadership, and the city's economy is not growing well as it could. As a result, the citizens have taken matters into their own hands and have formed a number of organized committees in many matters from agriculture to finance. Do you wish to step in? I think I'll take the fame score. But that's a pretty good city cap. I think we'll take the fame score though. We are very, 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 very close to leveling up to the next age. I just need 2 more stars. We're gonna get another technology in 9 turns, and influence is almost there. I could, like, invade somebody and get those points back, but that seems like work. We're gonna get the influence star really soon, though. Only a few more turns until we have Big Ben done. You guys can just station there. I've got significantly nicer boats than they do. I think this is just going to start becoming a port, and it's just going to start making boats. But it is very far away. Ironically, it's like that notice that popped up about this city not too long ago made it seem really dire, but like this place is like actually kind of okay. And is doing quite well.
A proposal for your consideration?
Sure, pay me money.
Make me a better offer and see what happens.
Always take their non-aggression pact if they pay me for it. Just a turn or 2 until we get another star. Man, they're only like 130 points ahead of us. The Aztecs have reached the industrial area and are now the Zulu. So the Aztecs have turned into the Zulu because that's time appropriate. Lost some population due to starvation. That's fine.
I have a proposal.
Chat, just double checking. There isn't any stuttering on the stream, is there? You want to trade with me? I'm just gonna keep refusing you.
I'm not interested. Not at all.
They're afraid of me. So, nah. There we go. Got another star. I love the way the cities look now. Also, because they're having celebrations down here, you can hear them cheering. That's actually really cool. If you zoom in enough on the cities, they almost look like Anno. So next turn, we move on to the final era. Moving pictures. Pictures? Pictures. That's a thing I just said. Pictures. Our scientists and their great heritage are the envy of the world. Chat, can I get a couple beers in the chat? Just making sure, because I just, according to Discord, or not Discord, according to chat, I lost connection for a second. I'm just making sure that I'm still working. Cheers. Thanks, B-Luck. Our scientists and their great heritage are the envy of the world. Engineers working on improvements on an early photographic systems have made tremendous breakthrough. By combining still pictures of an unfolding scene, they've managed to create something that feels utterly magical, moving pictures. With many artists across the empire understanding the power of such a technology, stories can be told with incredible life and emotion. While as an aid to learning, and animated films are unparalleled. What do you wish to do first? Entertain or inform? Inform brings in stability and food. Entertain just keeps us where we're at. Let's entertain.
You're at the end of an ideology axis? Well, there's something to be said for unswerving dedication to a cause.
And now I just need to press the end turn button and we get our final star. Chat, should China just become Australia? Or no, I can become properly Chinese now. It's just a lot of industry, no thank you. Good God, that's a lot of money. What do I need more of? Right now, I just need more fame, which is why, literally the reason I keep doing this is because I need more fame to hold that #1 spot. So I just keep taking the more fame thing because it just keeps me where I am. But I think I might jump to Chinese for the money and then just start buying everybody out because we have a really good economy. I get to wear a snazzy suit. I look like somebody from Yakuza. I look like Kiryu, kinda. I think that's what we're gonna do.
The human mind.
Lets me keep building tall.
Creative, imaginative, and ingenious at turning every single human invention to its most violent end.
Achievement unlocked.
Pray or hope, looking forward to a future which, with luck, will be counted in millennia, not in months. Gleaming metropolises and endless factories. I suspect the outsourcing business is going to go through the roof.
Well, there we go. Final era. And we finished Big Ben, by the way. Also, we finished Big Ben. That's funny. Holy shit, I'm making a lot of money now. My money, like, tripled.
Big Ben will give you a visible and official correct time. Rather important now that all the clocks of an entire empire need to agree on it.
Uh-oh. What's going on over here? Huh, hold up. I think these guys are getting assimilated into Brazil. Huh. Now it makes sense why you wanted open borders with me. I have a feeling you refused a treaty proposal from the demand a military treaty. That's fun. So I guess the only thing they have left now is that. Need to actually try absorbing something. Just to see what that does exactly. Costs a lot of influence though. So Sydney Opera House gives a lot of stability of food, money, industry, and science. Lord Cuke! What's up, my dude?
21 months, baby. Woo.
That's like 2 babies and then some. Thank you very much for the 21 months. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for our friend Lord Cucumber? Seriously, thank you for keeping that sub alive. Kind of like that 10% on all cities. So these are basically the same. Except that one's faith and this one's just stability. I'm gonna take Sydney Opera House, I think. So what is that? Ah, I have aluminum. Or as they say, aluminium. Eh, I clicked the wrong button. I was trying to just zoom in and look at the cities. Ooh. I love how I just have, like, musketmen. It's like, by the way, we just have muskets still. Okay. So
I bid you greetings in the name of my proud people.
So what have you been up to, Lord Cucumber? What have you been playing recently? How's life been treating you?
What do you say to this appealing proposal?
The Mongols want a non-aggression pact. I'm going to continue saying, I'll take it if you give me money. I'll take your peace. You got to pay me for it, though. Let's move some people off of money and move them onto food production. Because we're doing okay on money. And now we're building some factories. You up here? Ooh. You're in a similar position. I love how I can just build Congress now. Feel like building that here is a net negative. And we're just gonna buy that.
15 farmers' quarters. Not sure if I should congratulate you or burp and rub my belly.
You have a lot of food, man. We'll give you that for right now. Might just buy it out, though. 20,000 for whale fishing. Good lord. It's kind of a rapid decrease. Wife has a new job, different hospital. She's basically promoted to a teacher's position as a doctor. Oh, awesome. That is kind of neat. Sounds like life's moving forward in a pretty reliable fashion. That is a shit. Turns out building Congress makes a lot of money.
5 market quarters is a nice start to a healthy bank account and visits from previously unheard of relatives.
I'll just buy that. It's like Congress? Yeah, let's just fucking buy it. And we'll build you. Jumping down here. You know, I'm really tempted to just build a bunch of these and then just break this. 'Cause they're literally... Wait, hold on a second. What? Berbers? Is that a real name? Berbers. Really? Such a strange sounding name. I have this problem now where it's like I don't really know what to do. Almost always have this happen when I get to when I get roughly this far into a 4X, it takes me a while to be like, all right, what the fuck do I actually need to be doing here? Well, you need food is what you need.
Whether or not the world goes hungry, with 30 farmers' quarters, this city certainly won't.
30? Now that's a brash exaggeration, sir. Not even remotely that high. Not in that one city, anyway. I also don't know what to do with this tiny little city up here. Hey, Sycon, what's up? And let's move you over there. You over there. Gonna build another Congress. Just drinking and chilling. What you drinking?
A proposal for you. Think on it.
Think on it, eh? Think on it, you tell me.
This requires thought.
Pay me.
Lesser leaders might accept, but I need more.
Impossible! The proposal is worse than bad poetry and would last longer.
Some of the nicest drinks I've ever had in my life
heard
have been
you.
gin and tonics. I feel kind of bad for them, though. They're just getting kind of assimilated by Brazil right now. It's a good sip and drink. Place that down. It's expensive. That's gonna give me more space to distribute my peoples. Population loss, population gain. Well, gain some, you lose some. I could start on Sydney's Opera House, which I think is probably the right thing to do. You can help. So can you. You're just a soldier, so you continue being a soldier. There's a brewery here called Four Winds. I really wish I would remember to turn that sound off. Anyway, there's a brewery here called Four Winds, Psychon, and they have a series of beers called Featherweight. And Featherweight is a set of very light lagers and IPAs and stuff. They're great in the summer because they're all 3.5%. So they're like basically not even an alcoholic drink. Like most people, it doesn't even affect really. But they're very, very, very tasty. Oh wow! Sold my pearls to the Brazilians for 300. Shit, that's lots. Ojang's is now vast and teeming with life, but the builders of yore designed it with countless steep steps and narrow doorways and high curves. As such, it cannot be said to be as accommodating for some as it is to others. Your architects have drawn up plans for a grand act of modernization, a redesign, which would bring accessibility and ease and safety to as many souls as possible, at a significant cost. I got significant monies, so I can compromise now and get extra stability, and it costs me money. Why drain coffers and inconvenience? Because few suffer. Yeah, I think we're got the science and invest.
You have reached the end of an ideology axis. Of all the epithets other empires may use for you, wishy-washy won't be one of them.
I wish you'd shut up, man. Very nice local distillery. We have a few local distilleries as well. Unfortunately, it's been a long time. $101 turns to build Sydney Opera House. I'm sure we'll speed that up. I've now researched flintlock pistols. I feel like cannons would be wise. But I think that electricity is what I'm going for. Mass vaccination from microbiology. Pasteurization, soil preparation, hospitals. I think I will do electricity and then research institute. How goes my Saturday? I woke up and now I've been streaming since I woke up. So pretty okay. Stream's been kind of quiet, but no complaints. I mean, you could just Google the distillery and it would give you a Google Maps location and it's somewhere within 15 miles from that person. And the 78.
What do you say to this appealing proposal?
Only if you pay me money. I want him to pay me money so that he can pay me money. So what does this do? I don't actually know what it does. Oh shit!
Madness.
My old enemies, they became the vassal of Brazil. Yeet. You know it's not a vassal of Brazil. Stoned Hobo, how are you? Speaking of Brazil.
I bid you greetings in the name of my proud people.
I buy those. And those. So I can shoot you with the bullets that I bought. I still need to buy more iron, but we'll do that next turn. Hello, Hobo. How's things? How's your day been? Hopefully more interesting than mine has been. The game ends in infinite turns, I guess because we don't have like a end game timer yet. Chat's being very not welcoming today. Everybody say hello to Hobo. We have to welcome a local celebrity into our midst. "64 turns for the Sydney Opera House." Are you guys all starving to death? No, you're not. Okay. I misread. Was late night Stone Dark Souls? You think you're convinced to stream Dark Souls playthrough? And today, you're at a bottomless mimosa brunch. Oh, wow. You up to the Lego story? I think you've been outside more today than I have been in the last 3 weeks. Like, damn, dude. I'm envious. It's just been super cool and rainy, and it's been nice. I hope it stays that way. I've been debating as to whether or not I want to go see Under Oath or not. They're here in mid-March. Tickets are expensive, though. It's Under Oath and Every Time I Die. Population lost, attitude changed. Ooh.
A year.
Yo, sup, stupid? Can you believe it's been a whole year? I definitely can. Time fucking flies, man. How much does it cost to just buy that? $21,000! Be able to afford that in just a few turns. Brazilians now feel different about me. They're now condescending. Oh, fuck you too.
Let's
Give me money and I will give you your stuff. You would be taken out of there in an ambulance. I have better self-control than that, I think.
Lightning in a bottle. This new power will impact every aspect of society, from public safety to industrial production. Change is coming.
We have discovered electricity. Excellent. Am I still in first? Nope. Not even close, jeez.
I bid you greetings in the name of my proud people.
don't like mimosas, I'll be honest. Only had them a couple of times in my life. They just kind of make me feel bloated. I'd rather drink almost anything else. Moving Pictures 2, Electric Boogaloo. The embryonic film industry continues to blossom, with early directors creating imaginative fictions that provoke the mind, with auteurs free to pursue whatever subjects they want. Audiences can watch anything, from beautiful love stories to fantastic adventures, resulting in a relaxed, productive workforce. Yeah, but beer mimosas are better, but I don't know. I'd rather just drink beer. I think especially because, like, I don't really like morning drinking. And every single time I've ever been to a mimosa place, it's, like, either before 11 o'clock in the morning for an air quotes lunch, or it's, like, way too early in the fucking day, and I can't stand that shit. Like, that shit just sucks. I'm just not a fan. Damn. We need to finish that whale fishing. Granted, we could finish that this turn. Well, that'll bring us up to 10,500. Turns are still pretty quick, though. Okay, next turn. Next turn we can just buy this out. There we go. You guys can help us work on the Sydney Opera House. Now we're waiting on whale fishing down here. But yeah, no, for me it's like kind of a mimosa, and then I'm just done when it comes to mimosas. Man. I'm gonna say, how the heck do I... Oh, what? There's like nowhere I can build anything here. Especially considering they're losing food. So I guess I need to build this, which will allow me to put more population into food production. Yeah, you gotta post pictures of that pre and post build on Discord.
That should please us both.
Once you pay me money, it'll please us both. Capital's losing population. I think very slowly though. It's about to gain one, so it didn't really lose much. I'm actually gonna move some people over here. The industry to speed that up. Not a huge amount is happening right now because we're not at war with anybody. We're just sitting here and researching. Should be able to afford that in a turn or two. Whoa! All my food fucking vanished. Not sure what's causing that. It'd be like, you're totally fine for food, and now you're not. Because reasons. I really would like to absorb this top city. Actually, you know what? I could absorb backwards. Let's try doing that. Let's absorb these two into one. See what that does. Holy crap, food usage. Let's do that. Let's move you over here. Move you over here. Move you over there. This is a massive food. Yeah, well, live and learn, right? Because that was tonight's bill. That's an expensive bill, dude. Yeah, well, making them employed doesn't exactly fix that. I guess you actually have to like roll over to the next turn to fix it. Let's see what happened down here. I mean, that fixed it a bit, but not by much. Well, it's just going to drop down to there, and then it'll be okay. I wish it would give me more immediate feedback on what my changes were going to have next turn, but what can you do? You going to offer me the same shit?
Say to this?
Did he even accept it? I didn't even look. Nope.
You have unlocked the Research Institute. It will not merely provide additional answers, but open up a whole range of ever more perplexing questions.
At least I'm not the only person who's immediately bothered by that. But, you know. Also curious to see what the modding scene for this game is going to look like, so I'll bet you a lot of that stuff's going to be put in pretty quick. Civilization modding scene's always been kind of bonkers. Let's go for the combustion engine. Like right now, this looks really bad, right? But at the same time, it's kind of hard to tell if it's actually bad or not. Because like now it's fine. One day later. Well, I mean, I don't think that you won that bill money back in a bet later that day, so unfortunately, I still think that you had to pay that bill. Oh, I hope that your day's been good though, Beermaneer. If you had a big restaurant bill, you know it's gonna be pretty good, right? It's got to at least be all right. If only that happened to your bill. What, your bill suddenly got more expensive? Or you got the money back and then some? Big pub bill. I'd love to go to the pub. That sounds really fucking nice. But, you know, money and my rent went up. It's really weird suddenly being able to see the whole map in a game like this. Also, the further into the game that I've been getting, I've started getting screen tearing, which I think's kind of weird. I feel like that is kind of weird. You know, let's take you guys off of this. And, you know, like make a public fountain. Which I'm just going to buy. So apparently I never did that here. Let's plop down another hamlet, which I might just buy out in the future. We become death. Grave tidings. A letter from one of your most eminent scientists warns that the specter of nuclear holocaust has been unleashed on the world. Citing an extremely reliable source, they make it clear that a rival empire has deployed nuclear technology that might be heralded as a new atomic age and weapons of mass destruction. What will your response be? Gain some combat strength or gain science? Let's go for combat strength. Because if Brazil starts nuking me, because they're the only other people in the modern era, so. "22 turns until we finish that."
A proposal for your consideration.
It's going to keep countering that.
You'll
You're going to
need
keep
to-
refusing it. So to anybody in chat who's been playing this, what do you think? Where do you think this game's at? I can certainly see lots of spots where it could be filled out to be a more full experience, but right now this is one of the... Is it fair to me to say that this might be one of the best, like, beginnings of a 4X I've ever played? Like, the game is surprisingly functional.
Oh. I have a proposal for you.
Holy shit, they actually took it. Now trading with the Zulus. Or have a non-aggression pact with the Zulus, rather.
I bid you greetings in the name of
I do
bid
not
you
have a
greetings
non-aggression
in the name of
pact
my proud
with
people.
the Brazilians, who are the ones that have nukes now. But we're about to start having oil, which means that I'm going to have to move some things around. I kind of hate the way they do the drops with streamers work, but that's more just me hating that system in general than this game in particular. Aside from Auto Explore, I found that Auto Explore was okay, except for on ships. On ships, it's like astonishingly bad. Auto Explore for boats is hilariously terrible. We've completely lost the religious battle. Lots of eyeballs and people trying it out. I'm not gonna get into this argument. But like I said, for me, drops are. I'm not going to actually. Yeah, I'm just not going to explain why I hate them, because it's gonna be a very streamer's perspective on things. Keep countering.
Make me a better offer and see what happens.
Maybe one day you'll accept. All right, so now that I can use those oil wells, we're going to take you off of the Opera House, buy that, put you back on the Opera House. We are now producing oil. Now, do I have any other oil I could go for? Yes, I have that oil well up here. That is not in my land. So that's still these guys. But that would require attacking Brazil, which I'm not entirely certain I'm going to do. I could, of course, buy it from Brazil. I feel like if there was less water in my world, it would have been better. The Auto Explorer has a hard time dealing with water. There you go. Fix the food problem here. Moving forward. I wish I knew how much longer this game was going to be, though. Like, right now we just have the game ends in infinite. I'm waiting for something to happen where suddenly a doomsday clock turns on. I was kind of hoping about finishing this game today, but we'll see.
Oh. I have a proposal for you.
Absolutely not.
I'm not interested.
Not doing open borders. So a streamer doing a run on humanity difficulty through a contemporary era under 10 turns. Using a particular culture's building that makes it possible to have completely absurd science. Sounds like what I did. Like I was 2 eras ahead of the AI by the end of the first era, but I have no idea what difficulty this is even on. I assume it's really easy because it's felt really easy. I don't know. I don't play games as a min-maxer, so that's not a concern for me in the slightest. Definitely could see why it would be a concern for other people, though.
There is discernible pollution in this territory, but no need for gas masks. Yet.
I mean, blame Brazil. Look at their pollution. Look at mine. 740 is mine, whereas Brazil's like 13,075. I want to go around planting trees, but that would be very ironic. It's like China running around planting trees, telling Brazil to stop polluting the fucking planet. Nope. This is still game 1. Beer Minear. Well, I mean, I finished 2 beta games, but those were only half games. Those were 200 turns. I'd probably have more idea about the end game if I'd finished a game. Also, currently, there really isn't too much for me to do aside from just end turn and build stuff. Turns are actually starting to take time, too. If I was at war with people, it would be a lot more interesting right now. But yeah, I don't know. I've never played a 4X where players don't completely bust something open in it at some point, so. Well, I'm not taking open borders, but if Mr. Cruel and Militant doesn't want to give me money, I ain't trading with you. I really need to just get this fucking opera house done so that we can just actually start cranking out the new tech. I mean, I guess I could slow it down, but I'd rather just get it done. Got 7 turns left. Stronger, faster, and more productive. Can now make industrial silos, sawmills, and factories. We've earned mass production, which you'd think would... Yeah, I actually took a turn off that. Soil preparation, pasteurization, mass vaccination, hospitals. Let's do that next. So conspiracy theorists can start rolling. Converted to a new religion again. It's like every freaking Tuesday, everybody's converting to a new religion.
The competition for fame and renown is fierce. You are doing well, but there are others you still need to pass.
Thanks, Dad. Sheesh. Love the little horses and buggies rolling around. That is an oddly futuristic looking building next to horse and buggies. Like, this looks like an alien spaceship just landed, and then these are all just like still kind of like in the early industrial era.
Promising.
No.
Perhaps.
Not giving you open borders, whatever the fuck you want, man. Do not care.
What do you say to this appealing?
Make
Counter and you refuse. Still losing populations, eh? I mean, it's minimal. Also, we literally only need one more turn to finish the goddamn wonder, so that's a plus. New wonder can now be claimed. Side note, holy crap, I've been
The
streaming for
curves
almost 7
of this
hours.
glorious opera house are even more impressive when you consider the fact that the plans were rescued from the trash can.
Is that true? Damn. All right. Well, now I got everything that needs to be done. Sheesh. Everything needs to be done. Got a bunch of bored cities that need stuff to do now. Not even sure what that is. Oh, it's a pearl deposit. Okay. It's those pillagers finally fucked off. Started early? Nope. Started on time. I said I've been streaming for almost 7 hours. 6 hours and 20 minutes. Started on time. Started at my normal time anyway. Just gonna power through a bunch of this stuff because it's all really cheap and really quick. Like just a handful of turns, I will have a ton of town upgrades. It's like it's the early modern era and here I am making fucking public fountains. Let's make grain silos. We're going to bump you up to industrial silos, and I'm going to buy those in a few turns. Oh. Thought I was going to do that already, but I missed it. All right, so everything else has been claimed. Quite literally everything else has been claimed. All right, so we're just going to grab that last one, which is identical to what we already had, more or less. Claimed it. Yeah, you're late. Well, it's been a long day for you, I think. Only got the one oil deposit. It's a bit disturbing. Still kind of shocked I haven't been invaded yet. A long couple of days. I understand that. Let's just bump that up, move you over there. And woke up at 5 on a dairy farm in a tent. Why are you in a tent on a dairy farm? If I can ask. long to build those? A lot more than I can afford. Well, that's why I was asking, why were you on a dairy farm at 5 in the morning? In a tent, of all places. Microbiology has been researched with the microscopic world no longer the purview of fantasies. Disease and decomposition can start to be understood. We can build hospitals now. Brazil keeps blocking my frickin' trade routes. Like, that's not a sentence I ever thought I would say.
That should please us both.
Make me a better offer.
It's funny seeing other people move into the modern era. Aeronauts, Aerodome. Yeah, that's it. We're building airplanes. Fuck yeah. Alright. Population gain. How's that pollution level is still at 0, so you know we might be polluting the planet, but I think you guys are best served going whaling. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but being a common sentence still. It's going to take them forever, but I'm going to let these guys get whaling. And then when I can afford it, we'll buy that one out. That's going to make that super food hungry. Another Aerostar, yay! They have 10 stars ahead of me, and I only have 1 star. How's the killing going? I was at war briefly. Captured this zone, and this zone. And then this area got assimilated by Brazil, which is this big plink blob. So I'm not actually killing anybody. Currently, we're at peace with everybody. I just finished building the Sydney Opera House. It's China, so, you know. Shit's working. I'm kind of just, like, twiddling my thumbs, though. I'm not entirely sure what I'm working towards, aside from just, like, supposedly supposed to be able to pass them in fame, but I feel like if I attack Brazil right now, they'll just win. So, not actually killing anybody at this precise moment.
You're lucky I deigned to speak with you.
You're pleasant with me? That's weird. What the fuck happened to you? I thought we were enemies. And how's things faded? Ah, man, I need 22,000. You got a nap. You go get a nap. I'm sure you've earned that nap. Let's work on a market. Let's buy that. That'll fix all those problems up here, hopefully. Hopefully. like I should start the construction of this.
I have something here that should please us.
I've been countering you for a while and you keep saying no. I don't think your opinion's gonna change anytime soon. Fancy Walsh. Let's do that. Mournful song. Whoa! In the history of whaling, the seas around the empire goes back centuries. I just spent a lot of money on whaling, though. But the advent of modern fishing techniques now means that the great beasts are hunted in ever-increasing numbers. While whale oil is less used for lighting these days, but the meat and blubber still finds many applications and is considered a delicacy on some shores, especially around Fingao. And my other city, which I can't pronounce the names of, so I won't bother, and shouldn't. Most find the practice an outrage, though, and call it prohibition. I can ban it. I can regulate it. Or I can tolerate it. What's the actual benefits? Regulate it makes me money. It gives me stability. I think I'm going to regulate it. Reality, I would ban it. Just for clarity's sake. As I'm like researching whale fishing over here. It's too important to my food for some of my cities. Well, next turn I get airplanes, so that's kind of cool. I think I should research dragoons and all these military ones. Let's power through a bunch of that. Let's get that university done. Now I can build an aerodrome. Stationing existing and newly discovered aerial units, aerodrome can be constructed far from the cities and provide vision and surrounding air support. Getting achievements left and right. Apparently. And here I am building a bunch of aerodromes. So how's your Saturday going, Faded? Since I'm not actually killing as much as I think you were hoping I was. How is your Saturday going? What era are you guys in?
Don't waste my time here.
You're industrial, eh?
I am listening.
Everybody in the world is at peace. Nobody's invading anybody right now. This is a shockingly peaceful game. Oh, also, Brown is now the British, apparently. These guys that are getting wrecked by Brazil. Lord help you. Oh, no. It's the bundle of trouble. At least I would hope it's a fun bundle of trouble, though. Hulking.
It's been a while since I've been around. Hope you're doing good.
I'm doing okay. You know, it's ups and downs. Some days better than others, some days worse than others. But thank you very much for keeping that Prime subscription alive for another month, bringing us back up to 300 subs. Started today at like 292 or something. Cheers. Big thanks. You don't remember that part of history? I don't remember any of these parts of history, man.
A proposal for your consideration.
The only part about this thing that's historically accurate is China exists and is really big and is refusing to do anything unless people pay them. That's the only thing that's historically accurate about this run. I'm literally just being a big blotch of blue in the middle of the map that's just refusing to do anything unless people pay me. And I'm trying to figure out how to like assimilate the rest of the Siamese Empire, I suppose, who are the vassals of Brazil. If they weren't the vassals of Brazil, they'd be dead. I'm dead by now. I would have just like completely like consumed them. But unfortunately, they did not give me that as an option. Make the Great Fish Market, and then more silos. Fever season. An unusual wave of sickness has broken out in an overcrowded metropolis. The origin of the illness is unknown. Some speculate it could be related to the smog pollution, while others say it could be something more dangerous, or it could just be a spike in flu. In any case, more elderly are filling the city's hospital wards. Do you institute quarantine measures now? Or wait for longer? Fuck yeah, we're gonna quarantine.
You're
me
at
science,
the end of an ideology axis? Well, there's something to be said for unswerving dedication to a cause.
Yes. Thank you, game. Can also build a hospital down there. Man, poor Sus. Sus is having a rough time of it, though. They're recovering now. Or they have recovered. Kind of surprised we don't have a doomsday clock. I mean, you're the first person to make that joke, and I've been playing this game for about 15 hours now since that town popped up. So, congratulations. Freeways, you're the first person to make that joke. Except for me, of course. I have made it like 5,000 times. But good for you. Also, Airstrip 1 with a deer in the middle of it, apparently. Somebody get that deer off the airplane strip. I want to build a biplane just to build a biplane, so I'm building a fucking biplane. In fact, I might just start building planes over here and get ready to just... Nope. The only thing similar to this in Civ is the fact that they're both historical 4Xs. It's like saying that... I don't know. I'm tired of making dumb examples, but no, it's incredibly mechanically different from Civ. Not really. I mean, they've like slingshotted ahead of me, but I don't know. I could probably still take them, I think. It depends on how many oil deposits they have versus me. This is a prototype airplane engine. What, just the deer running really fast with wings on its back? Konnichiwa, if you happen to have access to Xbox Game Pass for PC, this game's on there. So if you're already paying for that service, this game is included with that. But the main thing that this game does differently from Civ is Civ, you know, you pick your civilization, then you start playing, and then, well, I mean, it's not all about oil. I mean, I'm technically buying oil from them, but anyway, it's like it's a video game based on real life. Ha, ha. Anyway, no, it's primarily, instead of Civ where you... In Civilization, you pick a civ, and then you play around that civ for the rest of the game, right? The way this game works is every 100 years or so, you pick a new civilization or an evolution based on what you need. So you move from one civ to another as you move throughout the ages. So instead of having, like, America in the fucking Stone Age, which has always been weird as hell, next to, like, the Aztecs, you start off with a culture base, and you move through eras, through cultures. And it's significantly more interesting in that way. So there's a lot of potential here. It's also in my opinion, pretty damn solid base for a 4X. Yes, there's also a lot. Well, I mean, it takes a lot from Endless Legend if you ever played that. The combat is also very amplitude and very not Civ. So if you're used to Civilization combat, this is like a straight up hex grid on the overworld map, in which you do combat, which seems really simple, but then you realize that, oh, like land height and walls and stuff all matter. Rivers take more turns to cross and stuff like that. So there's quite a bit here. And there's a lot more to it than just, oh, it's a Civ clone. If anything, they're the first studio. Amplitude is the first studio in the history of video games to have the fucking balls to try and compete with Firaxis. And you know what? Hats off to them, frankly. Because nobody does. More people need to, because Firaxis kind of sucks. I mean, what? Whoa, I just closed that before I saw what it was. What was it? Ah. Urban planning done. Running Wild. In the event of urban planning, a scientific discipline dedicated to designating healthy and productive, designing healthy and productive cities, draws the attention to the Empire's young and their welfare and their role in society. +1 workers on a city slot or outpost per worker. Let's employ our children.
I know. With their small size, they can handle the cramped conditions in your factories, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
What a terribly humane society you're developing.
Thanks, man. Asshole. We are employing children instead of sending them to school. I mean, eh. Something of an experiment, make a thing and ask people to form an opinion on it. What do you mean? Stone. In regards to what? Also, Bobtron, I don't know if I actually said hello to you, but hi. I definitely saw you pop in. The question is whether I said anything or not. Never did make a theater.
Global pollution is now low. At least you are not the one doing the most damage.
Did he say it's now low? Because it's only gone up, my dude. Oh, I see. It hit level 1. New grievance is available against who?
You have my ear.
Oh, I can yell at him for making his pollution too high. Pay me money. Your pollution sucks. Oh. Well, I guess I'll decline and withdraw because I don't really feel like going to war. Give me money? Nope. Okay. What about you? They're now condescending. Well, at least something hasn't changed. I am like about this close to just going into here. Master effects, interface, voice. Shut up. I'm getting real, because the problem is he keeps saying the same things. And he says the same things quite frequently, and it's quite annoying. Not super thrilled. And he doesn't quite have the smoothing voice of Sean Bean. So if you want anything that Civ has in an advantage over this, is Sean fucking Bean. That's the main advantage that Civ has over this game, in my opinion. Oh, never did build a forge there. Just leveling up my cities really quick and gaining on the guys ahead of me with stars pretty fucking quickly. It's weird building aqueducts in the modern era, but here we are. Keeping people busy. You know, I don't mind an overly judgy, sassy narrator. What I do mind is an overly judgy, sassy narrator that says the same dialogue lines every time. Are the edges of the screen getting red? Oh, that's interesting. Because of the pollution, stability on cities has dropped. And food production has dropped. Oh, that's interesting. I'm really curious about how this game handles climate stuff over time, so. Because, like, I'm not much of a min-maxer in this type of game, so, like, you know. The game will get better balancing over time. I don't care about that. The thing that interests me is, like, okay, how does the game handle things that I find interesting? If that makes any sense. Without me just elaborating a whole bunch. It's like, how does this game handle my politics kind of deal? Deepening people's bonds by emphasizing their common origins. You can now make nature reserves, conscription centers, customs agencies, and conscripts. Although I need to buy stuff from the Brazilians. So I don't have anywhere close to enough iron. Don't need their oil just yet. I will probably need that soon, though. Let's make a great fish market and some kilns. And we got an Aerostar. I'm actually gaining on the Brazilians again now, score-wise. I really like that glow at the top of the screen, though. That's cool. Like, that's how they're displaying pollution, is that glow at the top of the screen. That is neat. I do feel like I should be planting trees, though. I think I'm going to start doing that. Oh, it's going to mute all of the voices. You know what? That's fine. Looks like the sky in Western USA. As somebody in Vancouver, Canada, yeah, not too far off. Although recently it's been a lot clearer, but... Lost a population, eh? Let's make you a omelet. I mean a hamlet. Just buy it out. And almost start to merge my cities together. Never mind. No, I can't. I thought I was getting close. Not even remotely. Jesus. This is one of those, yeah, must be built on a mountain things. Yo, what's up, Twinge? Is it Easter or something? Did I miss a memo? Yeah, I wish there was an option to just mute the narrator. 'Cause holy fuck, that narrator gets annoying. Yeah, they've only got 10 stars. And from the time that they've gone from 9 to 10 stars, I've gone from like -2 to 3 stars. So we are gaining on them. And our score is gaining on them. I can now make howitzers, so that's kind of cool. Let's just work on all of these super cheap things that only take a handful of turns. No, my pollution still went up. Oh, 3 eggs plus cheese is an omelet. Oh. Well, I mean, I was just trying to rhyme Hamlet and omelet, but it didn't really work, to be honest. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's a VeggieTales joke. Yeah, we are straight up gaining on them. We're now less than 10,000 score behind first. So I guess like at this point, unless they attack me, we're just kind of gonna be gaining on them, I suppose. Do I have any mountains in this region? I do not. Balls. It's fine though, we're working on that now. Some aggressive harp music. I actually really like the music in this game. This is the Chinese music. There's a girl on YouTube that plays harp. Something Hopkins is her name, but she plays harp and she runs them through guitar amps. It's very entertaining listening to a super duper duper overdriven harp. It's like, you want to hear a harp with a shit ton of distortion on it? Well, they got you. Ironically, when I was doing music stuff when I was younger, for a while there I wanted to play harp. And I had a music teacher that told me, no, only girls are allowed to play harps. I think what in reality was is they didn't actually have any teachers that could teach harp at that school, and they didn't want me to go to a different music school, but... Emily Hopkins, yeah, that's her name. You just watched that vid? I stumbled on it on Reddit about a week ago, I would say. Harps are fucking massive, though. I wouldn't be able to fit a harp in my tiny-ass apartment. I can't even fit my cello in my tiny-ass apartment. Or my synthesizers, so... That's excellent. It's funny that, like, unemployed workers eat more food. So, like, you just give them work to do and then they stop starving to death. It's like, what? That's not how that works. That includes harp. Harp is just such a fascinatingly haunting sound. I just love the sound of a harp. You eat more when you're bored? I guess. I eat more when I'm stoned, but not exactly the same thing. Finally have like the tech. We almost have jets, but now we have dragoons as well. Radio broadcasting plus influence on comms quarter. I'm just going to kind of do everything in here because I need all of these. Sure, just fucking help us get the big statue of Jesus done. I kind of needed it partially because that's like Brazil's landmark in real life, right? This big old statue, right? And because Brazil is the culture of my neighbors who I'm competing against, it was only fitting that I take their artifact from them. Are you a 4X person, Twinge? I don't believe I've ever seen you play a 4X. I'm just letting them make a biplane. Well, finish making the damn biplane. Although I could just buy the biplane. I bought a biplane. I just want to see what it looks like more than anything. I'll be completely honest. Whee, look at the biplane. So the icon hangs out there. But it just fucking flies around and does things? Where's it going? Dibs on the biplane? Why are their buildings all green? I guess because Brazil's buildings are green? Yeah, I feel you there. It's the reason I don't play 4Xs for very long. Like, I streamed a total of, I think, 20 hours of Civ 6, and that was it. It was like one game. That doesn't even, like, make sense in a sentence, Axon. Try it. Do better. Do better. Does it give more visibility? That's what the icon said, but I already have visibilities because like we're sharing maps, right? But it seems to be because now I suddenly can see all of this region because of this biplane. So I'm assuming that's why I can see this now. Also, that's always a good sign, right? They are mining uranium. Considering I got a notification a while ago saying your neighbors have discovered nuclear technology is always a, oh, that's lovely. I have biplanes. How are you? Please don't kill me too quickly. They're also polluting an awful lot. Thanks for the first bit of the day. Bye. Cheers. I'm too busy building statues, and they're all like, yo, nuclear fusion.
Let me add some.
Did someone just knock on my door? Thanks for the $1. Hold on a second. Must have been my neighbor's door. Lord Cucumber, thank you very much for the $1. Jack, can I get a couple more beers for Lord Cucumber? The Brazilians have successfully built their first space station. I'm still operating on biplanes, and they're on the moon. As made their first space station. Giant leap for humankind. I know that, like, we say humankind and not mankind anymore, but man, it's so weird reading about space things and not hearing, it's a huge leap for mankind. So, anyway, interplanetary expeditions are expensive, but they provide a great deal of fame and glory to those nations able to expend the rewards in the stars. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take your goddamn non-aggression pact. Also, chat investments are open. What is this space you speak of? I don't know. I don't know, man. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. I'm kind of hoping that this game will end today, but it still says game ends in infinity, so... Unless, like, I resign, which I really don't want to do. Why are you so interested in my self-right? Now, wouldn't that be a weird world to live in? Only being able to stream one thing forever. Now, if I just give you work, yeah, that fixes you guys. New grievance. They're double oppressing my people. But if I make demands, they will go to war with me. And if they go to war with me, then we're in trouble. Because they will just win. Because they have nukes, and I have biplanes. So, you know. Civil engineering researched. Constructions team. Colony grid. Create a city with a vast package of infrastructure already built. It's not exactly useful unless I'm building new cities. It gives me proper airports and strategic bombers and monoplane fighters. feel like I should get power lines first so that I can get the aluminum smelting, because that's actually more directly useful to me. Counter. Maybe one day you'll accept that. Let's get you done quicker. Deer planes, not to be confused with the beer plane. You know, the deer on the flight tracks down here, which they're not there anymore, unfortunately, very much remind me of that one F1 race where there was a deer on the track. There's my plane. Yeah, the planes seem to just be like scouts. I'm over here like fucking planting trees and shit, and Brazil's just like polluting the whole planet. Fuck you guys. God damn it, Brazil. It's too close to reality, guys. Population gain, population loss. Sorry, you sound too Canadian, Freeways. Also, chat, it's 420 somewhere. You guys are kind of aggressive towards me now? That's surprising. What did I do to you? Now, these guys I could actually go to war with, ironically. Although they're in the modern era now, too. It's just these guys that aren't. It's 420 here right now. I mean, now it's 421, but it was 420. They just gained a population here, and then they lose one. It's like... can't, like, keep it going for any extended period. I'm actually going to... fly over here, bring you guys out of that. Torpedo boat. Get you working on a biplane too. I'm just gonna buy that biplane. Patrol aircraft unit able to provide vision and encounter enemy aircraft. Also can ground strike targets with reduced efficiency. Queue up another one. Counter? Nope. Okay. You wouldn't smell mine if I was standing next to you smoking it. Because I have a proper vape setup. My neighbor for years thought I was smoking vape juice, which I wasn't. Still smells better than cigarettes, though. Don't at me. Trade route blocked again. Sounds like a Monday. Neither are good. Yeah, and it's your place to say what exactly. We need to win the game of turn 420. I don't think I'm gonna win the game, regardless, but. Because I'm in second with 6,851 renown. They're in first with 8,349. Sure, well, it's your place to say Bingus. It's not your place to tell me what is bad. Sir, last I checked, you're not my dad, Squog. I'd be dead if I didn't have weed, sir. And I can then smelt aluminum now. So you, we take out of here. Can I not exploit aluminum now? I assumed that's how that would work. Next turn? Then plug your nose, Squawk. I'm very much not the kind of person to say, fuck it, deal with it. But when it comes to weed, yeah, that's where I draw the line. Especially in a world where there's no way in hell you would smell shit around me. I'm gonna keep countering. I'm not gonna give the British an easy deal. We really need one more technology, and then we get another star. That'll give us 5 stars. And we'll just be like an old YouTube video. Shocked I can't upgrade this unit yet. Like I'm still just sitting on like such a weird combination of technologies here. Oh, never mind. I need a new technology. Personal warfare? Really? That's what I need to mine aluminum? I thought that either of those would unlock them. Okay, that wasn't particularly clear. Apparently I need all of the technologies to unlock arsenal warfare. You know what? Fuck it. I'll take your damn non-aggression pact. Unless I'm just going to outright refuse them. I am planning on taking it, so might as well take it. I don't think I need this soldier. Let's disband you. Three more turns. I just really want a doomsday clock to turn on. I want to know what that looks like in this game. Really curious to know what the doomsday clock's going to look like. Although, turns are getting slower. Turns are getting slower. Still faster than Civ, though, from what I can tell. Aerial warfare has been researched, so now I should be able to start abusing aluminum deposits, which is this. See if I can just buy the aluminum deposit. I can also build proper airports, which I should do as well. Let's just buy that. And place an airport up there. Purchase that. Then scream because I have no food. And plant some farms. And I'll trade with you. That is actually helpful. There we go, that fixed that. Now I can buy that. And we get another Aerostar. Hallelujah. So anybody who's finished a game in the chat, how far am I before we get a game ends point? Or is it just going to kind of continue? Because this is getting kind of monotonous for an end game. 5 more turns until I have my statue done. 4 turns. So I was kind of hoping I'd finish this today. But now I'm starting to wonder. There's quite a few different win conditions, but I haven't seen them yet. Still gaining. There's fame victory, there's conquest victory, there's a science victory, there's several different ways to win. There's a religious victory. It's pretty standard 4X affair. People are openly mocking directors in HR and work chat, and the manager can't even disagree. You know what's funny? When you walk into a room and you talk shit about your boss, and then you talk shit about your boss's boss, and then your boss looks at you and goes, "Yep." So this is having a rough time of it. They're just overpopulated, I think. One more turn until we get that wonder done. Curious what that's gonna do. So I think I have the most wonders. One, two, three, 6, 7. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I do have the most wonders. Although Brazil got the Eiffel Tower. Typical. You want to trade everything, eh? Sure. Just makes me money. The British want to ally with me, excuse me? Hold up. Tiny ass Brits up here. Want to be my ally? I'll counter. Well. I was hopeful. Why do they not have minimaps? Is it because they don't work well for consoles? I don't know. I've never played a 4X game on a console, nor would I ever play a 4X game on console. You need a minimap for a 4X game? Just zoom out. What? I mean, in games when you couldn't zoom out, yeah, that made sense, but once we had this technology called computing power where you just pan the camera back and see the whole map, kind of negates itself in my opinion, but as somebody who has visual problems, I never look at minimaps. Like, it's the reason I couldn't ever get good at, like, good at League of Legends or any other real-time strategy games, because I'm incapable of looking at a minimap. Minimaps are completely useless to me. I tend to agree with Pilot, but this game certainly suffers from screen clutter. Absolutely suffers from screen clutter. So wait, where do I put these then? Oh, interesting. There's very specific spots to put it. Let's just keep planting trees. Hope for the best. Hydraulic dam, eh? Don't have a lot of rivers up here. Let's work on that. You guys are all starving. If I give you work, you'll stop starving, though, hopefully. That airport can be built really fucking fast. Holy shit. Holy crap, that's a lot of turns. Let's just give you stoneworking. And this just gives me radio broadcasting and village detector. Have I assimilated? None. Well, I mean, like, I've barely done any warring. I mean, I bought out this faction here and then a faction that was here, which is now part of this city, that were just micro factions, but I didn't even invade them. I literally just threw money at them until they became one with me. I haven't actually assimilated anybody, technically. I mean, I was invading these guys when they were still Mayans, and I took this piece of land, this piece of land, and this piece of land, and they sold me this one in a surrender. But I haven't assimilated anybody. We're not exactly a warring group. We've been very science focused. So most of the points I've gotten have been through science and research scores. In fact, I'm pretty sure I still have the highest science income in the game. Meanwhile, Brazil is doing the exact opposite. Let's just power through a bunch of these because they're cheap and quick. What do you guys want? Oh, you just moved to being suspicious of me, eh, Poles? For better recentering the screen? I don't agree. I don't like minimaps. I can kind of see where you're coming from, though. I also have pretty good sense of direction in games, so I never really get lost to a point where I would need to go looking for something that would require a map. Right, now that I've done this, absorb you. Let's see what this does. Now this is one massive fucking city now. Let's buy out that food market and sit here and cry because I have absolutely no food. Damn. That is a lot of population I'm going to lose. That'll help. Well, at least we'll get theater next turn. The British want to ally with me. I mean, I did build their giant penis. I mean, clock tower. So sure, if you pay me. No. Okay, fine. How are we doing over here now? That's rough. We'll do that next. There we go. Just give the people work. It's time to, like, merge some cities down here pretty soon, too. I've researched guerrilla warfare. Excellent. We can now be assholes with guns. Is there a particular place I could put a park? There is. Right there. Let's do that. And next turn, let's plant some trees. And we got to offset all that good work that we're doing by building an artisan's workshop. We'll get there. We'll get another star through influence in a minute. Brazil's still way ahead. I feel like the game is like loading the other turns in the background because I'm seeing like CPU spikes at the beginning of my turn that wavers for a bit and then it drops pretty dramatically. I'm starting to think that the game processes the next turn for the AI during the player's turn. It's kind of interesting. That's why sometimes there's like no wait between turns whatsoever, and then sometimes there's kind of a long one. Who are you at peace with? It's unknown what you think about these two. You know, I'm going to accept that. And see if we can potentially go after these guys. Potentially. Customs Union, what's that do? Fire is equated from any non-essential fees. When accessing the Empire's resources, the seller still gains the same amount of money. Alright. But you want a cultural agreement. We are damn close to getting another star. Still waiting for the game to give me a doomsday clock. When's you gonna do this to me, game? I don't know. I feel like I play a lot of games not the way people expect, you know? Like, the number of times I've been asked today how many people I've killed in this game, it's like, well, none, and I always feel like I'm disappointing people. No, it's just Brazil. I don't have the tech to even build nukes, let alone compete with that. Let's build that nature reserve. I'm basically Greenpeace from what I can tell. Yeah, I don't know. To me, nukes are the least interesting way to finish a game like this. If I can win with literally anything else, I will do that first. AK Bailey, what's up? I don't know. I guess I just wish that people were more creative with what they expected from a strategy game with multiple outcomes. You're needy? The fuck does that mean? They've come to me for help. Well, you're not really making that super clear. I mean, I could research uranium. I read that as social distancing. Jack, can we get around to beers so I don't have to stare at that distracting emote anymore? As far as which one I find distracting, it's up to you to decide. Yeah, we need more other distracting emotes. Correct teams of urban planners and architects and engineers, builders, and laborers in these groups can swiftly establish new cities ready for habitation. I'm gonna try building one of those just to see what they do. We're going to throw together a hamlet. And we earn another Era Star for our influence. Global pollution has reached another level and is now pink. Oh, lovely. Minus 100 stability on cities. So we're up to high pollution now. Thanks, Brazil. I'm gonna keep planting trees. We'll see how this goes. I have a feeling this isn't gonna go well for the guy planting trees. I mean, what do I really know, but... How many turns worth of trees do I now have queued up? 18 turns worth of trees. Why am I expecting to not like where this story is going, Orange? But go on. If this story is going to make me want to puke, stop it right there, actually, is what I'm going to say. That's the whole story? Well, good for you. I hope they were tasty. So you're purely for claiming territory then, yeah? Well, it's level 2 of pollution, which is quote-unquote high pollution. I have polluted 299 pollution, or 112 pollution total, or sorry, 5,051 pollution total. The Brazilians have produced 43,545 pollution. So it's Brazil's fault. God damn it. I'm just a bystander. Level 3 is total ecosystem collapse? I fucking hope so. Because the game has been ending in infinity for a while, and I'm waiting for something to happen. I do really like how they're displaying the pollution visually, though. You're now hesitant towards me. Want cultural agreement. Fires foster positive synergies between respective cultures. Sure. Sure, that'll end terribly for me. We're gonna fly right past it, Diamond. Unfortunately, alternate objective is going to be failed. I'm really hoping that the debuffs from the pollution start affecting Brazil. That's my current hope. Because that permanent debuff of like minus 100 on stability is kind of a lot if you're not super dedicated to stability, and I am, so. So can I just found cities anywhere now? Is that how this works? Okay, so there's already a city in this territory. Then how the heck would I still have enough space left for a city at this point in the game by the time I can build those units? Unless there's like much bigger maps in the game. Or unless I'm like going around ransacking cities, I suppose. Oh. Let's build an airport here. No, actually that's way too much pollution. Just need to keep my people busy. And how? I mean, yeah, I've seen those, but I don't know. I don't really understand why they'd give me that unit at this point. Anyway, I now know how to enrich uranium. Good research tanks, heavy machine guns, siege artillery, naval air strategy, suburbs, nuclear fusion. Let's grab that because that's just the end of that tech tree, if I'm not mistaken. That's interesting. Nuclear plant. Minus 30% pollution on Maker's Quarter. That's interesting. Well, I don't really have any use for you, so can always build one later if need be. Oddly enough, I'll probably have to buy nuclear material from Brazil. So, I mean, Brazil doesn't really have any enemies. They've assimilated everybody. Or they're allied with everybody. Like, we're in endgame at this point. We just don't have a doomsday timer just yet. Because they haven't quite finished ending the world successfully yet. And I've got all my people busy with just planting trees. Empires encourage scientific collaboration. Sure. That's all I do. Got us another Aristar. I don't know if Brazil's empire is going to collapse anytime soon, though. That's the actual problem. Yeah, I think I'm going to be buying nuclear material from Brazil. Nope, I'm in second. We're blue. Brazil's in first with 8,729 and 14 stars. I'm in second with 7,565 with 8 stars. And then third is these guys. Green, which is at like just under 4,000. I was in first for say about a third of the game, and then back when they were Babylon, they passed me. They more or less vassalized and assimilated a few people and kind of just catapulted ahead. And now they're just like drowning me in pollution to a point where it's like, I'm just hoping that I have better stability than them. Overall, that's what I'm really hoping for. Currently, I'm just trying to get to negative pollution status. We'll see if we can do that. I'm still just waiting for a game end timer. Regrow 30 forests in a single game. Well, I guess that's an achievement, apparently. It's like every turn I'm regrowing a tile of forests. I'm really curious to see if I can stop this, you know, thing that we're going through in real life right now. I'm turning everything into parks and protected land and planting forests everywhere. You don't have anything that I need. But I can trade with you now. There we go. We've researched nuclear fusion, which allows me to make nuclear power plants and nuclear submarines, powered by nuclear engines and armed with nuclear missiles. These are the silent killers of the high seas. Although I don't think I can actually, build them. So I don't think. Yeah, I think in order to make nuclear power, I need hydraulic dams first, so. Oh. Your scientists have combined the deepest depths of reality in their quest for knowledge and have discovered weapons of terrifying power. As a society, you must now be clear how they will be deployed. Nuclear disarmament or nuclear proliferation. This allows me to test them, which I don't actually have the materials for. And then this, gain a grievance against empires completing nuclear tests or detonating nuclear bombs. I'm gonna go this route. We're gonna go do nuclear disarmament. I know that there's people in chat who want to see fireworks, but I'm going nuclear disarmament. If I ever play this in multiplayer, you'll see fucking bombs. Question is, does that give me a grievance? I don't think it did. Nope, it did not. Let's develop a fusion reaction. Okay. I just want to say shoutouts to fusion reactors, chat. Look at how much fame that gives you. Also, I'm sad. We dropped below 300 subs again. Down to 297 out of 300. Well, you know I'm researching fusion reactors. Memes. All right. Let's do that. We are now at high pollution, level 2. I just got another warning about it, meaning I guess it's about to go up again. So every turn, 280 pollution from Brazil goes in, and every turn, 112 comes in from me, which I'm trying to get down to 0. Our salvation has been locked by another empire. Probably check world deeds, actually. Each map continent has 1 reward per continent. Let's see. Get access to every single strategic luxury resource. Complete interplanetary own a nuclear test. No one's done that yet. Do I actually need? Get space orbital. It's fighter jets, which is radar, which is okay. So radar, fighter jets, space orbital. That's what we're aiming for. So let's do fusion reactor first, and then we're going to go into radar, and we're just going to go straight down that tree. Try and go to space! You know that feeling when someone either is A, barbecuing something delicious, or just got takeout that smells delicious next door to you, and you suddenly just get a waft of it in through your open door, and you're like, oh, fuck, I'm hungry. Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping that we just all suddenly die. Also, it's the year 2094, and I will have you know, chat, that we still have horse soldiers. Yeah, I still have, like, musketmen. Good thing I can upgrade you, I guess. That's funny. It's the year 2094, and those are my soldiers. Eco-friendly, exactly. You know, there's a cooking show that you use leftover takeout. Oh, I'm not surprised in the slightest. But no, I didn't know that. Idle City. Trying to build the things that are bringing in negative pollution. There we go, that fixes that. Horses just cycle for being rich. Horses just cycle being for rich. And then poor as cars become a thing, and then back to the Rick as cars get cheaper. Is that like voice to text? What did I just read? Like the add a word stories on Discord are more coherent than what you just wrote. Man, I love that we've got cultural spread over here. It's good. Because, like, we're just beating him down with my influence slowly. I'm also, like, slowly eviscerating this whole area with my influence. Like, my culture is spreading. Everybody's just slowly converting to Chinese, which is excellent. Just like real life. I'm just over here planting trees, and people are joining me. Meanwhile, I'm losing population because I don't have enough food. Just like real life. Oh my god. There really wasn't ever a time where horses for the poor. You need land or food to constantly own a horse. Yeah, horses have always been a rich man's project, if that's what Pilot's trying to say. I mean, the poor didn't have horses. The poor had nothing, you know? The poor were walking. The rich still had horses. I tend to agree with New Plan here. I don't think there's ever really been a point in history where horses have been, like, the thing that poor people used. I'm gonna buy that uranium. What? Why do I have to focus on its location to see its price? This seems silly. Your diplomatic relations with this resource owner. Not allow trade, eh? When did you cut off trade? Sure, that's not that much. I need to trade for that. I'm now trading with Brazil because I need his uranium. It's expensive, but we're buying it. There we go. Now I can do that. So we're now building nuclear power plants in 2 locations, although this one's going to take 139 turns, so I'm actually just going to buy this one. The other one we're going to wait out. This one we're just going to buy. So now I have 420 global fame, and I've researched fusion reaction. So can I cancel that and build fusion reaction instead? Or is that like a physical constructible object? I mean, we're kind of already there. There's just not a lot of people that are actually that belligerently wealthy. Well, Brazil's pollution is going up per turn. Mine's going down, so take that, Brazil. They're over 9,000 score, though. Let's do that instead. This is the one I'm going to have to buy. Actually, let's cancel this one. Let's go for some more science instead. New agreements available. They're repressing my people, so I'm going to make a demand. And I will withdraw, because I don't really feel like going to war. Kind of goes against my goals here. I always feel like a pansy when I'm just like, well, not going to go to war, but also it's like... British have a special interest in this place. I mean, that's my nature reserve, so... Why would they care about my nature reserve so much? I also only just saw that, Axon. Doing a it's funny, like, when chat moves really fast, I do a really good job of reading chat. When chat's kind of slow, I miss shit that's, like, the most obvious because I don't look as often. Because I just assume that no one's going to have said anything. Now we're getting radar. That's some sci-fi looking shit. That anti-air surveillance stuff. Still haven't researched trench warfare, though, you know? We now has radar. Excellent. Rocket science? Good shit. Plus 30 pollution for a missile silo. Good Christ. But I can make a space station. How's my, cool. My power consumption is continuing to drop. Might as well grab you, you. These all just take 1 turn, so. Unchained reaction. In the recent construction of a nuclear power plant in the city, Fango has brought a great deal of pride to the local population. However, its senior engineer on the project has turned whistleblower and insists that the plant has serious faults and it must be shut down. Well, though repairs are undertaken, other engineers rubbish their claims as attention-seeking nonsense. So I could disregard it or pay. I think I'll just pay. There we go. Heads up, chat. Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. So chat, I'm thinking about doing a full day of Cogmine tomorrow because this has gone way longer than I wanted it to. I was kind of hoping that I'd be done this run like 7 hours into the stream and we're 8 hours into the stream now. So I was kind of hoping that we'd be done this run earlier and we don't even have a doomsday clock yet. But I'm getting endgame technology pretty soon, so that's cool. So I think we'll do a full day of Cogmine tomorrow. Poles are no longer the vassal of Zulu. Really? And the Poles have reached the early modern era. Fucking finally. Move out of the Stone Age. Jesus. How did they break vassalage? What? Huh. That's fascinating. It's 100 turns for that. I could buy it and then... Let's go for the nuclear power plant. And then just cross our fingers. I love that I can just build nuclear submarines now. Like, that's just a technology that I have. I'm kind of shocked that just having that doesn't increase your, pollution. Let's make a great fish market. Why not? It'll be a tourist attraction at this point. So next technology gives us the ability to make a space station. I'm really curious to see what that's going to be. Damn, Peter rolling in tickets. Peter went down to 0 pretty recently, too. Or, like, almost nothing. Peter was way higher than that. Peter, you had, like, double the tickets that you have right now, right? You were at, like, the 40, 50,000s, if I'm not mistaken. Peter just knows what they're doing. Although I saw Peter's ticket spreadsheet once, and it's bonkers. Little under 70,000. Yeah, there you go. Peter probably knows more about how to win money making tickets than I do. And, you know, I run this show. I'm going to build a nuclear submarine. As an insurance policy, I think. This is just gonna get bought when I have another 10 grand to spare. We have researched rocket science, chat. It's not much, but it is rocket science. Man, only 3 turns to build a space station? That needs a lot of open space. Good lord. Look at how big that is for the space station. Hey, space nerds in chat, listen up. We're building a space station. It's only going to take 3 turns. We're getting communications satellites. I don't even have trench warfare yet. We're going for communications satellites. I don't have trench warfare yet, but I have nuclear bombs, and now I'm building a space station. But how am I going to launch it? In lots of little rockets. Let's help work on that. One turn, supposedly. I earned 100 fame for your first project of this type. Or you earn 100 fame for your first project of this type. I can also build missile silos, but just having those causes a shit ton. So did that like fully build a space station? Ah, there we go. The Thin Blue. The whole Empire, and probably most of the world, are watching with bated breath as an astronaut under your great flag glides out of a newly constructed space station for the first time. After the first few years of this inaugural spacewalk, the astronaut speaks directly to you. This thin blue line, they say, pointing at all that stands between all life on Earth and the cold, dark void of space, is truly a humbling experience. Along with the rest of your empire, they await for your reply. Your words will shape and inspire a generation. What do you say as a biplane flies by? Because that's the only airplanes I have. Learning, increased science, demand, increased industry, or money. Let's move towards authority, make a demand. Or especially articulate. Have you heard me talk recently? Well, we got rocket science, so rocket science gets us... well, we're moving pretty close to military laser. If we get fighter jets, then we can get space orbital. Take your political platform to another level. Your leader doesn't want to survey the Earth. What leader doesn't want to survey the Earth from space and set the horizons on the stars? Do you think they're going to do like a space sci-fi expansion pack for this game at some point? So, honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. Let's make a great fish market. Although I do think it's kind of funny that fishing doesn't really cause any problems with pollution. Like, it's not punishing me at all for still farming a shit ton. Which I think is kind of funny. Let's have a feast. This poor little town. Or even anything that we could turn into a park up here? I don't think he's so. I can make jousting fields. Let's have a feast. Make at least 1,000 money per turn. I'm at 2,000 actually. Okay, let's just buy that nuclear power plant. Oh, in a single city. Jesus. Video games are incredibly exhausting to make. Just period. And then you release the 4X game, and then everybody's like, doesn't have enough content. You know? Underwater going part, but for the game where you go to space. So I played like 5 hours of Anno 2205. I've never played 2070. But in 2205, I made it about 5 hours in, and then the game told me that I was going to get fat and lazy if I played too many video games. Like literally, that's what the note because it has like these pop-ups that are like, hey, you should take a break, go get some coffee. It's like, you've played for 5 hours straight. You may become obese if you do not continue playing video games at this rate. And I was like, all right, Alt F4 and uninstalled the game, and I've never played it since. Thousand years hence, the success of the nuclear power across the empire cannot be denied, with sites producing clean energy not beset by problems associated with pollutions or greenhouse gas emission. Nuclear power is an important element in your energy mix. However, one thorny issue is getting wider prominence among citizens is how to handle all that nuclear waste, especially the waste with a half-life of millennia. Some fear radioactive contamination. Others, the opportunities to afford to terrorist groups. What should be the play? Bury it. Give science but lose money. Export. Once safely beyond our borders, the waste will no longer be our concern. Man, that's the most realistic one, I think. Because once it's safely beyond our borders, it'll no longer be our concern. Chat, you know what? You pick this one. What do we do? What do we go with? It was a pretty good clip back in the day. I think that clip's long gone, though, Axon. I mean, yes, narrative. Oh, wow, I didn't even notice this. Hold on a second. I need to screenshot that. Narrative event regular. Eh? Well, screenshotting that. Well, I guess we're ignoring it. Although, export. It's the most reasonable and realistic, in my opinion. That's the one that would actually happen. Let's have a festival. Fix our hunger problems. All right, well... I feel like a lot of 4X games are designed around combat as like the main way of interacting with it for players. So all of these games are like on the end game are like always expecting that you're going to be blowing your enemies up. But because I'm just kind of allied with everybody, there's kind of not much to do. Like the actual interesting way to play this is just build nukes, which I think is a huge pity. Speaking of, I'm going to make more nuclear power plants. To forge a nuclear throne, we'd have to hire some game developers for that, Squawk. And I don't think that this game is that self-aware. Let's make a parade. Holy day. You can make cobalt thrones, or sulfurite thrones, or obsidian thrones. They are very interested in my papyrus. Probably after he finally implements dynamite. Well, my pollution's down to 110, so... I guess it's just high pollution. I wonder... Wait, what did that say? Oh, okay. Oh. All of these quaint fucking problems. Space station. Oh, we built space station. This is where we launched it, too. Here are fireworks. I don't actually see any fireworks. I mean, they must be really happy that I'm building a nuclear submarine. Send the nuclear waste to space. I mean, I do not know the science of that. My knee-jerk response is that it would probably, that would probably cost more resources to send it to space than it would be to, you know, just not do that. Like, it's one of those things that's like, well, that's kind of redundant, you know? Fighter jets are now researched. Excellent. Let's do space orbital first, which gets me another 420 fame. And lets me put my president into space, I think. I think that's what that lets me do. Trying to get stuff out of orbit and the planet is crazy expensive. Yeah, we just need a giant space slingshot. It's okay. I'll have my guys write up the plans in momentarily. Oh shit. Apparently there's uranium or aluminum here, not uranium. How long has that been there? Well, morning more stars. I feel like Brazil's slowed down significantly in their star earning rate. I'm pretty sure I've gained on them a little bit. Yeah, I definitely have. I keep gaining and then they jump ahead. Like, they'll have a bunch of breakthroughs and just, like, leap ahead of me. I'm wondering what I need to make that fusion reactor. Another Aerostar. Still no game end timer. Didn't accidentally set this to an endless game, did I? I wonder if by because I literally started a default game with a recommended start. Now I'm wondering if that's just infinite. I need aluminum. Sell me your aluminum, please. So that I can upgrade my plane. Oh, I also need more oil. I could probably buy from you? Nope, you literally... The Brits literally just have horses. That is the only resource they have, is horses. You have no oil. Okay. So is it literally just Brazil that I can trade with? I think so, yeah. Shit's expensive, too. Jesus Christ. All this to upgrade some planes? They're now, fancy fighters, though. Look at those. Well, we're at turn 470, so we're a little bit beyond that. I don't know what the fuck we set it to. Rigorous standards ensured that nuclear waste left for the Empire safely and efficiently. Sadly, the same cannot be said for your external partners, who assumed the responsibility for the waste. Once beyond the borders, a terrorist group has seized a small load and is now threaten an attack on their homeland. And environmental human rights groups protest your capital. Cool. Lunar lander. Let's go to space again. They put that in the same spot, I'm assuming. There we go. Triggers a narrative event. I wonder if that's an endgame thing. Also, check out that menu bugging out. Seems to have stopped. Oh. Trying to go to the Mun. We're and become Kerbal. Down to 17 turns. Screw the stupid summary. Get that done. You too. To the Mun! You watch a streamer farm BL2 looking at corrosive grenade for 2 hours. I don't know what BL2 is. But remembering they don't spawn below level 10. I don't even know what that is. My brain goes to Blacklight Retribution, but they never made a sequel to that game. With great fanfare, your empire announces its intent to conquer one of humanity's most ancient dreams. It's weird. The game's called Humankind. They're pretty good at saying humankind, but they say not one of humankind's most ancient dreams, one of humanity's most ancient dreams. That's interesting. Sending a person to the Mun. Launch day is still far away, but you have already received a cavalcade of questions from the media outlets all over the world. When your astronauts reach the moon, whose flag will they fly? Will this victory be for humanity or for your empire alone? So globalize. Your empire's flag will fly proudly. Everybody's flag, or individualism. Let's celebrate it globally. 8 turns. 5 turns. Hell yeah. Why is my whole continent sparkling? I think that the whole everybody's celebrating because of the fact that we are going to the moon. Also, we're in the year 2174. It's taken us for fucking ever. Good God. I think that landing on the moon is going to be my win condition, chat. Another Aristar unlocked. Although we are gaining on Brazil again. Kind of quickly, too. Although, chat, do you guys think that landing on the moon is a good endgame? How do we think? Oh, Borderlands 2. Yeah, I will literally never think of Borderlands 2 when you type in BL2. Five cities are participating and helping me with this. No assistance from my allies, though. Man, this turn's taken forever! Am I sick of humankind yet? Do I seem sick of humankind? It's a very strong word to use, sir. Space orbital has been researched. Take your political platform to another level, and put the president in space. Now that's some sci-fi living. In reality, absolutely, I'm tired of humanity. In the video game, I'm having a blast. I don't know about you, but view counts say otherwise. Apparently, this triggers a narrative event. which is maybe why there's a load screen. No matter how poor the quality of the video, it will be watched as long as humanity's something, because I turned off the narrator. I've earned 200 fame for your second project of this type. Is that it? Really? No big fancy cutscene? I'm actually kind of scared of missing new dialogue now, so I'm going to turn the voice back on. Let's build an airport. Start working on a nuclear power plant for you. And I guess build you a fucking barracks. To the moon, too. With great fanfare, the Empire announces its intent to conquer one of humanity's most ancient dreams. Yeah, okay. Is there no cutscene for that? I am disappointed. I need to use the restroom. And then I'm going to figure out what we're doing from here. Based on the amount of pollution in the world, Skog, I have a feeling all the pandas are dead. Although, shit, I'm in first now. By kind of a lot. Like, we kind of rocketed past Brazil, at least for the moment. So maybe I should just end the game and be like, hey, I won! So I think I might just do that. I mean, we made it to the moon first. I mean... Can almost get commandos and then the command compound and then build a space weapon. Like, I've almost finished all of the tech trees. Like, everything takes like a turn to build. I think we've just, I think we won humankind, chat. That's not a sentence I ever thought I would say, but I think we won this video game. Yeah, I think we won. That being said, I don't know if I actually have an opinion on this game. I don't hate it. I don't think it's incredible. Oh, there we go. A great unmoving eye in the sky. That's the thing that I gotta build. Gotta put my my president onto space. Still haven't researched trench warfare. Or the internet, for that matter. What is the next thing I need? Covert ops. Let's do that. An eye in the sky. There will be no hiding from the Chinese. Excellent. And now the world's first satellite. Wait, what? World's first satellite? Is that literally the only satellite? Okay. Now the world's first satellite is in orbit. Satellite launches provide permanent vision over the map, making it increasingly difficult to hide strategic decisions. I discovered a lot of things and more people are starving to death. I can put up another satellite. So I guess that this is just like the future of playing, of the end game of this is just building satellites and just slowly exposing the entire fucking map. It's funny that every time I need to build a new rocket though, like what? Why don't I just keep reusing the old ones? Still in first. All these satellites, man. Chad, I'm getting hit with the one more turn problem. Gonna be honest, I'm getting hit with the one more turn problem. I think it is pretty safe to say that we've made it to the end, though. I got almost nothing left on the tech tree. Now it's just kind of looking at loading bars. Well, I mean, it's a 4x. I mean, even a shitty 4x can kind of do that to a degree. Laser's getting close. Yeah, right. Plus 100 combat strength of the final frontier has come. Plus 100 combat strength against air units in the main plaza. Plus 100 combat strength against air units in administration center. Plus 100 combat strength against air units on outpost. Earn 420 fame. I love how I can put these cities on the polar satellite, but it doesn't actually speed anything up. Putting the two small cities in doesn't actually do anything. Can't I just buy land? It's not quite that easy, unfortunately. I can't buy like this much as I would love to. It needs rocket launch animations. I'm very disappointed it doesn't have those. Maybe they'll put that in. Are you guys vassalized by... Okay, never mind. I thought they were vassalized by somebody else, but no. They moved. I'm feeling there's probably an achievement for hitting 10,000 renown, right? No? I'm shocked. You've completed a planetary observation satellite launch. You gain 200 fame. You like snowball on fame so fucking fast when you get to space. Holy shit. Literally, you just build something every couple of turns that just rockets you up in fame. Provides vision over 333% of the map's latitudes. Plus 30 money, plus 30 science, plus 420 fame. That is a lot of added fame. I mean, now it's down to 13 turns. 8 turns. It's no time at all. Also, I haven't looked at the Australians who were the Mayans previously in a while. Holy shit, this shit got dense. Look at this. These are the guys I was warring with at one point. This got really densely packed all of a sudden. It's It's like, I guess my stuff is kind of densely packed too, but I've got a lot more green. Not quite as much of a megapolis. Like, I've still got a lot of green down here, even though, like, that's pretty densely packed. Covert Ops has been researched. Death laser. All right, we are researching the death laser. This feels like something from Austin Powers, I'm not gonna lie. Although food production is crashing down to a nil. Giant deadly laser. Although, because like nothing else has animations, I'm not really expecting there to be a big old laser animation. Also, I just have vision of everything over here. Okay, why doesn't this have assets on it? Oh, I see. It just didn't load in. Okay, that's kind of funky. There's some pop-in happening over here. Unless there's like a fight going on right there, which I don't think there is. So I just have like full view coverage of everything now. I can just see everything. No wonder they're producing so much pollution and not like fixing any of it. There's like no trees over here.
Well done. A rigorous application of the scientific method. Come up with a theory, then try to poke holes in it.
Made it even further. 2 more turns till we have a satellite network. Very disappointed you don't actually see these launch. If it just went, this game would get like another 5% plus positive rating in my brain. As it sits, it's minus 5% disappointment rating for not going whenever I launch a rocket. You've completed interplanetary observation satellite launch. Extra,
A
300
phenomenal
fame.
achievement of civilization-wide ingenuity. Perspiration, collaboration, bureaucracy, and a dozen supertankers worth of coffee.
I would gladly take that much coffee. All right, 4 turns until we have the orbital doom laser. If I can't just end the world with that laser, I'm going to be very disappointed. Let's do that. Let's buy that. Do that. 3 turns until we have everything you can get in the video game. I was planning on playing Cogmine today, but you know. Civics Osmosis, Republic Evolution, one-party state. That's a lot of stability I will lose. Refuse. And I didn't actually lose any stability. Excellent. Let's fix the food problems first, which we did. Now we're going to go for fertilizer. We're going to do Cogmine tomorrow. All day. Full day of cog mines. What I'm trying to say is get hype. Sir. Let's find something that'll take a turn. 2 turns, that works. Are you okay, Axon? Did someone like hit you in the head? Did you just have a seizure? You need help? Are you alright? You're saying weird sounds. It's making me uncomfortable. Grotum? Yeah, it seems like it. Military laser researched. Alright, so now theoretically I can make giant intergalactic boom boom zap. I don't see no intergalactic military laser, but supposedly it exists. All right, well, I still haven't researched trench warfare. Start zapping Brazil from space. I'm not even seeing the option to build it, and based on like the lack of excitement of launching rockets into space, I'm assuming the death laser won't be much better. I mean, let's move on to the next turn and see what we get, but let's research the internet. So I'm at 11,200, whereas Brazil has been stuck at about 9,500 for about 100 years. Yeah, I don't see any death lasers. Maybe I don't have the materials, but yeah, we're researching Twitch. Now Amazon can exist. And the world can really collapse. Yeah, I don't know. I don't see. You pollute and you get electrocuted, yeah. Yeah, I don't see any death lasers whatsoever. So I don't know. So my thoughts on this game. Endgame, little bit anticlimactic, yeah, chat? What do you guys think? Endgame's a little bit anticlimactic. I mean, they could have done better. Little bit anticlimactic. I might just be too peaceful. I kind of don't think so. I can make bomb shelters. Cool. I just love that I don't even have, like, the technology of machine guns yet. We're in space. Such an example of how pathetic our species is that I can't comprehend getting, like, improvements in society without also killing lots of people. Yeah. I don't know, chat. I think that that's humankind. But I don't want to concede defeat. That's the problem. But I'll be honest, I'm kind of bored of this run. I mean, it's been a stalemate since we hit the modern era. Or contemporary era, or whatever. I mean, I could just go to all-out war, but I really don't want to do that. It kind of just destroys everything I've been trying to do. And I guess I could grind out the rest of this, but it's not like it's particularly interesting doing that, so. Game. GG. Yeah, when we hit space, like, they just kind of plateaued there, and we just went whoop! Like, we were pretty steady with them throughout the ages. And then there was a point just in that last stage where we just shot upwards. At least in fame. Man, we got wrecked in industry, though. Money? How about science? Did I win in science at least? I didn't even win in science? The hell? I had the longest war against the Australians. That's kind of funny. This screen is awful. This is an awful, awful, awful endgame screen. How's everyone doing tonight? Hello, Hobo. Welcome back. Yeet. I just ended the game. We went to space. I put my my president or king or boss or emperor or whatever they were in a space station, and I set up satellite networks and could see the entire map, and then just kind of went, yeah, fuck it, because I kind of just got bored. There is some endgame techs that sound super enticing, but then when you actually build them, it's like, oh, well, it really doesn't do much. Oh, it lets me continue, even though I just resigned, but okay. Anyway, that's Humankind. I've been streaming for 9 hours. I think, based on activity in chat and based on the fact that Hobo just woke up, I think it's time for me to say goodbye. I was planning on playing Cogmine tonight, but I was also hoping that that run would have ended 2 hours sooner, and I'm pretty hungry and I haven't eaten lunch. So tomorrow we're going to do a full day of Cogmines, if that works for you guys. Full day of Cogmine, maybe some Hieroglyphica in the evening or something a little bit lighter. But that's the plan for tomorrow, is a big day of minding cogs and cogging mines and all that stuff. As far as this game goes, I don't hate it. The end game's a little anticlimactic, though. Very anticlimactic. Especially with the AI, they just kind of stopped doing things at a point. Although I feel like I need to play a game where I'm actually, like, losing. To really kind of have a good sense of where the game itself is at, but nah, whatevs. All that being said, though, thank you for hanging out. Today was fun. Today was a lot of fun. Thanks, everybody, for the little hype train in the middle. That happened, kind of popped off, and then disappeared. And thanks for the, like, $1 in bits, I think. All that being said, you guys have been very kind to me this month. Although I'm still kind of in a period of time where I need to be smart with my money. Next couple months are going to be like that for me, so things aren't going to be as flashy as I want them to be. That being said, just thanks everybody for hanging out. Seriously. As far as who I can send you to, there really isn't anybody on I super duper want to host. I mean, Tone's on. I feel like I host Tone quite a bit. Send you guys to Russ. Russ is playing some SS13. Go tell Russ I said hi. Go do that. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. Take care of yourselves. Say something nice to someone.